Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome everyone to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of October the 10th, 2023. As we begin the meeting this morning, we're going to initially begin with an invocation. Commissioner Wilson will be introducing her guests, and following the invocation, we're going to ask Commissioner Wilson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And Pastor, after that, I'm going to come down from the dais and we will take a photograph and make a brief presentation. And following that, we will have several recognitions by our Communications Division Manager, Dr. Jeff Williamson, who will be reading proclamations recognizing Energy Awareness Month, Blind Awareness Month, Orange County Veteran Services Office Day, and come out with Pride Orlando Day. And then we will be also recognizing our Corrections Department. Chief Quinones will be coming up to be introduced as he'll be receiving a special accreditation recognition. And with that, everyone, we're going to begin our meeting. Before I go to Commissioner Wilson, given everything that has been going on in the world around us, especially within Israel over the weekend, I think it would be appropriate for us to just have a brief moment of silence for those families who are enduring essentially a war, an attack on their country, regardless of why. We know that hate and evil in the world is not in the best interest of all humankind. And so with that, I would ask you to just join me in a moment of silence. right, thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Wilson at this time.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you for recognizing that. I think we do pray for peace every day for all of our friends, neighbors, and people from around the world. I am really pleased this morning to introduce Pastor Kevin Valentine. He is the lead pastor of Crossline Community Church in the Horizon West area. He's been married for 26 years to his wife, Melissa, and has 4 children, 2 in college and 2 at West Orange High School. Go Warriors. Kevin is also entering his 11th season as the chaplain at the Orlando Magic. Formerly called Kensington Church, Crossline Community has been in West Orange County for 13 years and welcomes all people. Crossline has many local partners serving those in need at Dillard Elementary School, the Lift Disability Network, East Winter Garden in the East Winter Garden area, and Gannett Point in Kissimmee. They also support Miles to Go in Orlando, New Beginnings in Claremont, and much, much more. Pastor Valentine is honored to be serving the needs of the great people of Orange County, and we are truly honored to have him here to represent us today with this invocation, and I thank him for joining us this morning.
All right, let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for another day with breath in our lungs. We thank you for who you are and that you help us at all times when we are in any need. And so I pray for this meeting today. I pray that your tangible presence would fill this meeting room. I pray for wisdom, for your wisdom to prevail today. You say if any of us need wisdom, that all we have to do is ask and you will give generously. So Father, I pray for godly wisdom for these leaders and residents of Orange County. I pray for discernment. Help our leaders today truly discern the needs of the people of this county and choose to do what is best for all parties involved. And I pray for the fruits of your Spirit, love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, and self-control to preside over the conversations and presentations today. In your holy name, amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor said, we do have 4 proclamations, and the first proclamation that we have to read today is for energy awareness. Energy awareness. And the proclamation reads, whereas energy efficiency and conservation is the most cost-effective, quickest, and cleanest way to meet growing energy needs, lower plant emissions, mitigate the effects of climate change, and reduce the cost of utility bills for residents and businesses. And whereas implementing energy and climate action plans with local utility companies is a critical step in achieving 100% clean, net zero, carbon renewable energy for the community by 2050. And whereas Orange County is committed to reducing energy usage in county facilities through high-performance building standards and energy conservation projects, and whereas Orange County offers and administers programs to assist qualifying residents in paying their energy bills and reducing costs by upgrading central heating and air conditioning systems for greater energy efficiency. And whereas when residents and businesses of Orange County make energy efficiency improvements, they can reduce energy costs and offset the upgrade costs by participating in applicable utility rebate programs. And whereas transforming our community to operate on energy sources that do not cause greenhouse gas emissions will protect public health, create sustainable jobs, and provide a healthier future for all. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of October as Energy Awareness Month in Orange County, Florida, done and ordered, this 10th day of October, 2023, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation and delivering a few brief comments is LaVon Williams. She is the Deputy Director of Orange County Family and Community Services. LaVon?
So good morning. Thank you so much for pausing to consider Energy Awareness Month. We are so fortunate to have in our ability to help those who are energy burdened, those who live in communities or have financial challenges that make it difficult for them to pay for energy, which is so critical for life-sustaining purposes in our households. And so we wanted to highlight just really quickly this morning the LIHEAP program, the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, and our Senior Climate Efficiency Program, both of which are serving citizens who are energy burdened by providing a safety net for those citizens in terms of financial assistance, but also helping them to reduce their cost burden overall by making their homes more energy efficient. As we know, AC, it doesn't take us long in Florida to figure out that our AC, our air conditioning costs are extremely high. And sometimes our citizens are getting bills that are so far above what they can afford. And so by fixing their air conditioning, by giving them this safety net through LIHEAP, we're able to preserve life and make their lives, quality of lives better. And so again, thank you so much for observing Energy Awareness Month. And at this time, I also want to thank Carrie Black, who's a great champion for us, who helps us and encourages us to continue the great work in the community. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Devon. Thank you, team, for the great work that you do. The next proclamation is for Blind Awareness Month. Blind Awareness Month. And the proclamation reads, whereas Blind Awareness Month was launched in October 2009 to acknowledge individuals who are blind or visually impaired, and whereas during October 2023, we will recognize the 14th anniversary of Blind Awareness Month, which is dedicated to raising awareness about the challenges faced by the blind and visually impaired community. And whereas Orange County continues to make a profound difference in our community by aiding the visually impaired to reach self-sufficiency, and whereas several organizations in Orange County and the state of Florida work with constituents and communities to recognize the rights and contributions of the visually impaired, and whereas Orange County government is committed to ensuring the freedom and equal opportunity for all visually impaired residents. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim October 2023 as Blind Awareness Month in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 10th day of October 2023, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation and delivering comments is Goddess Johnson. Let me tell you a little bit about Goddess. Goddess is a mentor and leadership cohort for the American Foundation for the Blind, Community Service Division Liaison for the National Federation for the Blind, board member of the American Council for the Blind, and board director of Eyes Like Mine. She's busy. Please welcome Goddess Johnson.
Good morning. I want to thank very much Mayor Deming and the Board County Commissioner's Office for this acknowledgement and recognition. I want to also first and foremost thank God for the opportunity. I want to thank my pastors, Jonathan and Christina Miller, for allowing me to continue to shine my light and believe in me. I definitely want to thank Coach Rubin for his vision and believing in me for being the first legally blind national credible messenger and allowing me to use my life and not allowing my lack of physical sight to interfere with my vision. I want to thank my child, my son, my hero, who encouraged me 13 years ago when I lost my sight to continue to reach and never give up. Blind Equality Month is special because we love to show the world that our blindness is not an inability, it's a capability that allows us to always push beyond any limitations and do whatever we set our mind to. I'm thankful to all my Credible Messenger family that is here and all of my best friend who came all the way from New Jersey, who is my partner in this blind walk, Miss Newark USA, Miss Crystal Allen. I will continue to represent for the blind and visually impaired community and show the world what's possible beyond vision loss. Thank you.
We got a couple more coming in. Let's just take our time for this moment. All right, squeeze in everyone, squeeze in everyone. Thank you, Goddess. Thank you, team. That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Goddess. Our next proclamation is for Veteran Services Office Day. Veteran Services Office Day, and the proclamation reads, whereas Orange County Veteran Services Office was established on October 11th, 1945 by the Board of County Commissioners of Orange County, Florida, and whereas the Orange County Veterans Services Office was founded to provide assistance to the large number of veterans returning from World War II, and whereas the Orange County Board of County Commissioners certified Ms. Ann H. McLean to the State Veterans Commission as the first Orange County Veteran Services officer on October 11th, 1945. And whereas for the past 78 years, the Orange County Veteran Services Office mission has been committed to serving the veterans and eligible family members of Orange County with integrity, honesty, fairness, and professionalism, and help each veteran and their family member improve their quality of life through the VA claims process, outreach awareness programs, and local resources. And whereas the Orange County Veteran Services Office is now serving nearly 70,000 veterans and eligible families in Orange County, and whereas the Orange County Veteran Services Office supports Operation Outreach, an Orange County and Orange TV program initiated by the Orange County Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council, designated to build partnerships with local agencies and veteran-friendly businesses and advocate for veterans' issues through community engagement. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim October 11th, 2023 as Orange County Veteran Services Office Day in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 10th day of October 2023, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation and delivering comments is Alnita Witt, Manager of the Orange County Veteran Services Office. Alnita.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Demings, commissioners, and guests. Orange County Veterans Services is honored and committed to serving nearly 70,000 veterans and their families throughout the county. Whether the veteran is recently retired or discharged from active duty, or has been off active duty for many years, or whether the claimant is a dependent child or a surviving spouse, we work hard to not only assist them in receiving the entitled benefits from the Department of Veteran Affairs, but also to assist them in receiving any state and local benefits. Our program is making major strides to become, very visible throughout the county by way of outreaches, community engagement, and building relationships with our community partners. We want our veterans and families to know that they can count on Orange County Veterans Services to go that extra mile to provide the service, the best service, and the services they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It may be mentioned that Ms. Witt is the first female manager of the Orange County Veterans Services Office, so it's good to have you aboard. Let's give another round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Our next proclamation is Come Out with Pride, Orlando. Come Out with Pride, Orlando. The proclamation reads, whereas community leaders in Central Florida identified the need for a pride celebration which focused on fostering community acceptance and visibility, and whereas in 2005, Come Out with Pride, Inc., an all-volunteer nonprofit, was formed to create a positive impact throughout Orlando and the surrounding region's LGBTQ+ community. And whereas since its inception, Come Out with Pride has grown into a major pride event, becoming one of the largest pride celebrations in Florida. And whereas in 2022, Come Out with Pride celebrated an in-person attendance of more than 200,000 and forged partnerships with local and state agencies to provide health resources. And whereas Come Out with Pride continues its year-round programming focused on LGBTQ+ experiences, especially those of transgender and non-binary individuals, creating a safer and more accepting spaces where people can express their authentic selves. And whereas events like Come Out with Pride are more important than ever for our community to celebrate its rich and colorful diversity, stand up against hate and discrimination, and create an inclusive and equitable place where no one is left behind. And whereas October is recognized as LGBTQ+ History Month, which provides an opportunity to increase visibility and recognize the achievements of LGBTQ+ individuals. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim Saturday, October 21st, 2023, as Come Out with Pride Day in Orlando and in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 10th day of October 2023, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation and delivering comments is Tatiana Quiroga, Executive Director of Come Out with Pride. Ms. Quiroga.
Good morning. First of all, what an honor to be recognized with these other organizations. Congratulations on all your work and your accomplishments. I want to definitely thank Orange County and Mayor Demings for his leadership, especially in this particularly challenging year. We've been able to move forward planning Come Out with Pride as we normally would have because of the support that we have from Orange County and the city of Orlando. We're able to invite community members from not just Central Florida, but South Florida, North Florida, and even further on in the Southeast region, because we have such confidence and support of our local community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone. Last and certainly not least, you will see a lot of really dark uniforms in here. They're here for a great reason. The last presentation is for our Orange County Corrections Department, and today we are pleased to acknowledge the Orange County Jail for its high standards, and they have high standards over there, and the many accreditations it's earned. Accreditation is a mark of quality that distinguishes the Orange County Corrections Department for its best practices. After outside inspectors and auditors have taken a good, hard look, and we've been through those at the sheriff's office when the mayor and I were over there, and they look under every nook and cranny to make sure you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. It is a formal decision by a recognized authority which has verified that the institution meets the highest quality standards, and these men and women who are here today exemplify that. The Orange County Corrections Department has been audited and inspected by multiple government and professional organizations at state and national levels this year, and the jail has successfully passed the following 8 assessments: the Florida Corrections Accreditation Commission, the Florida Corrections Accreditations Commission for Pretrial Services and Probation, the Florida Department of Juvenile Justice, the Florida Model Jail Standards, U.S. Marshals Inspection, the Prison Rape Elimination Act, and fire inspection. And last and certainly not least, they have received the big one, which is the accreditation by the American Corrections Association. Orange County Corrections is one of 24 agencies that is accredited and has received Excelsior status by the Florida Corrections Accreditations Commission, and only one of 4 agencies in the state of Florida that holds Excelsior status and also accredited by the American Corrections Association. Where is Chief Luis Quinones? There he is. Chief, come on up. Chief Quinones is the jail director and has done a wonderful job at the jail. And Chief, we'd like for you to bring a few comments and take a picture with the mayor. Please welcome Chief Luis Quinones.
Good morning, and thank you very much. They applauded when they said my name, but the applause needs to be for the staff. On behalf of the men and women of the Orange County Corrections Department, let me go ahead and say thank you. Thank you for this honor and recognition. This past year has been a tough year for us. We've had numerous, as they just mentioned, numerous inspections, numerous accreditations. But I will tell you that Orange County Corrections will continue to hold the standards and performance that are able for us to achieve these high marks. One of the things that is a common theme in all of our inspections is that individuals that come into our jail for the inspection, as they leave, their remarks are, "Chief, your staff are so professional. Your staff are so knowledgeable." It is because of the 1,600 men and women, a diverse group, that we are able to receive this recognition. And on behalf of them, I say thank you very much. Understand that in Orange County Corrections, we will continue to be the best jail around. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate it.
Also, let me make a few acknowledgments as well. First, Chief Quinones wouldn't say this, but Chief Quinones is currently the president of the American Jail Association, which is essentially a national body. He is well recognized really around our nation as a thought leader as it relates to corrections and detention facilities, and so we are very privileged to have him amongst us. Also, you're going to recognize as some of the correction staff comes forward this morning that they'll be wearing pink in recognition of Breast Cancer Month. So to his entire team, thank you for leaning into the various issues that we wrestle with as a society. And now it is my privilege to also read the accreditation certification. And it says, the American Correctional Association and the Commission on Accreditation for Corrections awards accreditation to Orange County Board of County Commission, Orange County Corrections Department, Orlando, Florida, for the period of time 2023 through 2026, in recognition of the attainment of excellence in the operation of an adult local detention facility, presented this 11th day of August 2023, and is signed by the elected leadership of the American Correctional Association. So, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Looking great with that pink, too. You brought a step? What is that, a step? That's huge. But we should all bring our own.
But they need it though, too.
You're the tallest.
No, I'm the tallest. That's not fair.
Who's running to jail? Thank you all.
I'm gonna get one for her. Because it's true, we don't. Mira cómo sale, después de lo que Mi amor, te quiero, gracias por todo.
How's everything going?
All right, as we begin the remainder of our board meeting today, we do acknowledge that unfortunately Commissioner Bonilla could not join us today due to illness. With that, we are going to move forward during public comment. At this time, I would like to invite members of the public to come forward regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should properly be brought to another board rather than this board. We will be including a public hearing scheduled for this afternoon. And with that, Mr. Boyce, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
Yes, sir. We have 4 individuals from the public that wish to be heard. We'll call each of you, we'll probably actually call all of you at one time, and if you'll line up on that far wall, and we'll proceed in this order. Deshauna Honoré, followed by Bishop David Maldonado, followed by Natasha Wiley, followed by Ricky Lai. We'll start with Deshauna Honoré. Deshauna. All right. We'll move to Bishop Maldonado. You'll just state your name and address for the record, sir.
Sure. Bishop David Maldonado, 1250 Piedmont Wakaiwa Road, Apopka, Florida. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. It's good to see you all. We're here this morning to back up the administrative regulation and just thank you all for the work that's been done in the last 6 months providing language access throughout the county. There was an ancient letter, always got to bring it back to my faith. And there was an ancient letter written from a Jewish religious leader that was writing to mostly a Greco-Roman culture in Corinth. So he had a lot of cultural problems, even in the Bible. And the goal of the letter was to bring unity to them, and they were living in a shared place and in a shared space and shared a religion, yet they were not together. So being in the same place doesn't bring you together. One of the things he writes, he says, if I don't understand the meaning of the words, then I remain a barbarian to those who listen to me. They remain that for me. That word barbarian is stranger, foreigner. You can share the space, but if the language is not understood, then the relationships are never fostered. What should be of a community doesn't develop and build. And so for this, I want to thank you for listening to us 6 months ago. Thank you, Mayor, for continuing to commit to the administrative regulation. And we mentioned so many needs, but amongst them were housing and services and the health department, emergency management, overall government outreach. But the thing I want to just remind us all and say thank you for is that Orange County is continuing to move to allow for this to be more than just a shared space and a shared place, but a place where we can foster deep relationships. And I appreciate you all for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bishop. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Natasha Wiley. Ms. Wiley, if you'll state your name and address for the record, ma'am.
Natasha Wiley, 5524 Arnold Palmer Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32811. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for listening to us. About 6 months and a half ago, we were here before Commissioner Bonilla presented this, the Title VI, and I just wanted to come today and said, just kind of a reminder for you guys to understand how important it is to have multicultural languages, bilingual, in your process. How important it is for our communities to see documents in their languages on the website, on the documents that the services presented, for them to be able to understand the different languages, the type 5 languages, I'm sure they have already mentioned, Spanish, Haitian Creole, Brazilian Portuguese, Vietnamese, and Arabic. And that's it. Please consider. We need that. Our communities need that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wiley, for your comments. And we will move to our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ricky Lai.
Ricky Lee.
Hello, my name is Ricky Lee. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners.
Sorry, Ricky, if you could just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Ricky Lee, 11002 Inside Loop, Orlando, Florida, 32825.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, in Commissioner Cordero's district. I just want to say thank you, echoing Bishop and a previous speaker on your work with the administrative regulation to help language access. A little story about my background. My parents are Vietnamese refugees who came in the 80s, so they've been here many years, and they've worked on their English, but obviously there's still, quite a bit that doesn't translate well. So I want to share a story, in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month as well. My mom is actually a survivor of breast cancer. A couple years ago, we found out, the situation during a routine checkup, so everyone please make sure to get checked up. So we went to Orlando Health, and obviously, my Vietnamese is like a kindergartner, right? So after age 5, I go to elementary school and learn English, and that's the extent of my Vietnamese. So, all these medical terms and all these very important things that, the doctors are saying and obviously are way over my head. But thankfully, Orlando Health had a great translation service that helped ease her through that process and kind of explain to her and comfort her as she went through that. And so it just was an invaluable, priceless thing for that service. So I just want to say thank you for all your work in helping make Orlando, Orange County a more welcome and diverse, inclusive place. Coming from a Vietnamese background, there's lots of great Asian American-owned businesses here, and imagine if they were able to, break through those language barriers and continue to move to help improve our economy and everything like that too. So just want to say thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee, for your comments this morning. Do we have any other speakers?
No, sir.
Okay, to those who spoke this morning, thank you for participating. Whenever we have participation by our electorate, it results in a better delivery of services by your local government and I would say all levels of government. With that, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda, which is our consent agenda for today. I want to ask the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, if he will present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. We have one item to pull from the consent agenda. That's item C1. I'm the County Administrator. That's C1. It is an agreement regarding the Community Development District with Universal City Development Partners. That item will be pulled to be considered concurrently this afternoon with the matter subject to public hearing G8. So with that, Mayor, with that one item, C1, being pulled to be heard this afternoon, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right, with that, if there's no other questions by members of the board, is there a motion for approval? Motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous of those who are present this morning. Like many of the agendas that we have, particularly the consent agendas, sometimes there's information that I believe is significant, and I don't want to omit the opportunity to at least point out that on this consent agenda, with the action that was just taken, it included approval of a contract to purchase 145.87 acres of a parcel, which is environmentally sensitive lands in East Orange County. The preservation of this parcel will add to the existing 300,000 acre publicly owned corridor of conservation areas. The property will assist in acquiring lands identified by the Florida Wildlife Corridor Foundation, as well as preserving a rapidly disappearing habitat of wet prairie. The parcel will provide water resource protection within the St. Johns River Basin. Also, with the action that was taken was the appointment of the new manager of, I have to put on my glasses for this, for Fiscal and Business Services, Ms. Stephanie Taub. I believe she's here. Would you stand? Oh, there she is. Okay, congratulations. Many of you know that Fred Winterkamp recently retired from the county. And so Ms. Taub, she has been a member of our team for quite some time now, and so we're glad to elevate her in her role within the county government here. With that, we're going to move to our discussion agenda at this time, and I'm going to call on Ms. Zule Milan, the Assistant Manager of the Procurement Division, to present the Procurement Committee recommendations regarding selection of various firms and alternates. So with that, Ms. Milan, we're going to recognize you at this time.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. This item begins on page 648 of your agenda. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for contractor of record for the Office of Emergency Management. I'm requesting the board's selection of one firm and an alternate. Commissioner Moore was assigned to this Procurement Committee.
All right, thank you. With that, if there are any questions, we will entertain them at this time. Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion for approval.
Yes, I move for the selection of Innovative Emergency Management, Inc. at 472 with 34 points, with Elite Business Strategies, LLC at 438.25 points as the alternate.
Second, Wilson.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The seconder is Commissioner Wilson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. And with that, I think that is it for the procurement items today. We're going to move to our work session agenda, and we're privileged to have Ms. Amy Michaels, the administrator for our relatively new Tenant Services Office, or Office of Tenant Services, to present an update on the work that the office is doing. There's no specific action being requested today, but we did say to the board, since this is a new office, that we would, within 6 months of opening the office, we would bring Ms. Michaels back to just give us an update on how things are going. And she has a presentation. And with that, Ms. Michaels, you are recognized.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you. I'm here to present the 6-month update of the Office of Tenant Services. So the presentation outline, I'll go over the background, the Office of Tenant Services, our outreach and education, the legislative updates, and a summary. So the BCC adopted the Tenants' Bill of Rights on January 23rd of 2023. It offered additional protections beyond those that were found in Chapter 83 of the Florida Statutes and the Fair Housing Act. The ordinance did create the Office of Tenant Services. So the office was created to enforce the Tenant Bill of Rights ordinance and the Rental Notices ordinance by allowing the office to issue civil citations for any violations to those ordinances. The office would become a one-stop shop for residents to call and receive assistance with rental issues. And the office would be able to bridge the gap between landlords and tenants throughout Orange County. So the Office of Tenant Services, we opened on March 1st of 2023. The office does have 4 staff. The administrator, which is myself, our program manager, Ruth Jacques, who is our Creole speaking staff member, our program coordinator, Aline Robinson, she is our Portuguese speaking person, and our administrative assistant, Martha Pineda, and she is our Spanish speaking staff member. So for the office's service delivery for the months of March 1st through August 31st, we received 1,976 phone calls, 934 emails, and 35 walk-ins. Those walk-ins, because we don't advertise where we're located, they came from either the commissioner's office where they had wandered into and spoke to you, or the mayor's office, and they were brought down to us. So the top 5 reasons for assistance that we get calls on is number 1 is code compliance, and that's mold, pest control, AC issues. 2 is our financial issues, and that's they're behind on their rent payments. So we refer them to agencies that can provide them some rental assistance. 3 is evictions. Over 90% of our calls, if it's an eviction, it is for non-payment of rent. 4 was the 60-day notices, and that was for rental increases of more than 5%. And then number 5 was security deposits, that they did not receive the return of their security deposit after they vacated the unit. So for code compliance with our building issues, 178 calls we referred over to code compliance. And we worked very closely with Megan Marshall and Jason Reynolds to help these citizens with their building code issues, because they were afraid to call the county on their own. So we were able to refer them over to get them assistance. So 78% of those cases have been closed. And they were closed because the customer either never followed through with the complaint, no violation was found by the inspector, or the landlord came into compliance. 5% of those cases are still open investigations going through the process, and 17% of those were referred to a municipality. So if you do call us and it's a building code violation in a municipality, we do refer you to the municipality's code compliance division for assistance. And going back on going back to code compliance, I am working with Megan Marshall to actually streamline this. So what will occur is when you call our office, instead of us referring you to 311 to call code compliance to file a complaint, we will take that information in through our office and enter it into the database for code compliance so that they can move forward with an investigation. So financial issues, rental assistance. 150 cases were referred to various agencies, Orange County Emergency Rental Assistance, as well as 211 Christian Service Center and many other partners that we have. Security deposits, we had 19 cases that we investigated for the return of the deposit, and we found that there were no violations found. The landlord was actually in compliance with Chapter 83. And utility payment assistance, we had 13 cases we referred for utility payment assistance through our partner agencies. So for our legal issues, I do want to take a moment that Bethany Barber from Legal Aid, the executive director, is here. And Legal Aid, we contracted with them. We amended their contract to provide a dedicated attorney, and that contract will run through fiscal year 23-24. So from March 1st through August 31st, 3,302 clients were served. And of those, 482 clients were provided with tenant defense litigation. Legal Aid has attended several events with the office and continues to come out with us to our events to provide service. For housing and community development, we've worked closely with Mitchell Glasser and Nancy Sharifi. We referred any discrimination cases over to housing and community development. And to date, the office has not received any cases of discrimination that have come through. We do provide case management. So for rental assistance, we do follow up with the client every 10 days, and that can be by a phone call or through an email, and we make sure we document that and put it into the case management system. For code compliance, the follow-up is done through the code compliance database every 10 days. We do monitor the case until code compliance has closed their case. Once the case is closed with code compliance, we'll follow up with the client on our end, and then if everything is completed, then we close our case also. The 60 days notice for rental increases and non-renewal of leases. The office investigated 5 cases from March 1st to June 30th of this year, and in all of those cases, the landlord came into compliance, and all that communication was logged into the case management system. So moving on to outreach and education, we have had partner meetings, and those meetings were used to describe what the office's services are and how we can partner with other agencies in our community. There were 24 meetings with 857 people in attendance. Our internal agencies were 311, Community and Family Services, Housing, Community Development, Neighborhood Services, and many other Orange County departments and divisions. And our external agencies was Heart of Florida United Way, the Realty Investors, NARPA, Christian Service Center, Homeless Services Network, and many others. Anytime we're called, we will go out and to an event with our partners. We do seminars, so the office coordinates with our local agencies and businesses to provide landlord-tenant information on site. We found that if we go on site, we're more successful in reaching the residents of Orange County. We do provide those seminars in English, Spanish, and Creole. We provide information at the Orange County Courthouse each month, and Legal Aid does participate with us in that monthly courthouse date. 63 hours of outreach have been provided to 2,441 Orange County residents through the first 6 months of the office being open. We do have seminars scheduled through 2023, and they can be either WebEx or in person. We found that sometimes the landlords cannot come to us, so we will provide those seminars through a WebEx, and we also do the in-person meetings through our community centers throughout the county, and that's where we partner with Community and Family Services and Ms. LaVon Williams and Dr. Tracy Salem to provide that out in the community through their department. We do Seminar in a Bottle, and this is where the office tables at local businesses to educate residents on site. We did get approval of this through our risk management division to make sure we were in compliance. And it is a water bottle question and answer. So the questions that are in this bottle actually come in through phone calls to our office. So we print those out, we put them in this bottle. When we go out, you get to pick a question, and if you answer it correctly, then you're aware of what the laws are that pertain to you. If you do not, we educate you. And because you participate, we do have water bottles and certain pens that we will provide because you participated in this. So that is what Seminar in the Bottle is. For community events, we do attend community events with various organizations, Head Start, Heart of Florida United Way. We've gone to resource fairs, the Hurricane Expo this year, as well as any mayor or commissioner event that we've been invited to, like back to school events we have attended. So communications, I want to take a moment to thank Dr. Williamson and the Communications Division for all the hard work that they provided with this office to get the word out about what we do. They helped us create the brochures that we have in English, Spanish, and in Creole. We have distributed those throughout community centers, the clerk of courts, our NCFs, the commissioner's offices, the mayor's office, and multiple county and community agencies. Those brochures are located at each information desk within the administration building. They helped us with a social media campaign, so we have an English, Spanish, and Creole social media campaign called Did You Know? And that was created for our social media accounts, and they are put up there once a month. We do provide a monthly newsletter in English and in Spanish, and May of this year was when our first newsletter was emailed out. Currently, there's 710 residents on that mailing list, and we get those email addresses when we go out into the community. We have them sign up so that we have their information to provide them the newsletter. We're doing a grassroots marketing campaign with Creative Stream Marketing and Miss Retta Peoples, and we have this campaign will be through links, social media, radio, newspaper, and Google search engines. We have started getting calls off of the radio ads that are currently out there in the market. We identified underserved areas within Orange County to disseminate the information about what we do. There is a large floor decal located at the Link Central Station with information about the office for those going through that station. There will be Link's bus stop signage, so each district will have a bus shelter that provides information on how they can contact the office, and depending on those routes will depend on what language that bus shelter is, the information is provided in. There will be bus cards located within the Link's buses to provide bus riders with the office's information, and once again, depending on the ridership from Link's, will depend on what language those bus cards will have on them. And I'm happy to say that as of yesterday, October 9th, we do have a Lynx bus that has been wrapped, a full wrap, that is currently out there in the community now. These are just some of the marketing items that Ms. Peoples came up with. The top left is the Apopka Voice, so we have an ad in there. And then what our social media looks like, the bus cards. We also have rotating loops in restaurants throughout the community that has our information, and then the mock-up of what the Lynx bus itself looks like. Unfortunately, I was not able to get a live photo of that before this meeting. And then the Office of Tenant Services was awarded by Orlando Weekly the Best of Orlando 2023, and it was for the best government office helping Orange County renters. So we were awarded that this year. So legislative updates.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you. So we do have legislative updates. So the rental notices ordinance, the 60 days notice that was required for non-renewal of monthly and quarterly tenancies, and 60 days notice for the rental increases of more than 5%. And then the Tenant Bill of Rights ordinance, which was the notice of tenant rights, the list of tenant fees, and that also created our office. So Florida House Bill 1417 preempted the county from regulating residential tenancies and the landlord-tenant relationship. HB 1417 amended Chapter 83 of the Florida statutes to now require 30 days notice to terminate a monthly tenancy, where prior it was 15 days, and rental agreements with any specific duration must now provide a minimum of 30 days notice and a maximum of 60 days notice if there is a non-renewal of that lease. HB 1417 did preempt the county's ability to enforce the rental notices ordinance and the tenant's bill of rights ordinance. So the following for us is no longer enforceable: the 60 days notice of non-renewal of monthly and quarterly tenancies, the notice of rental increases of more than 5%, the notice of tenant rights, the list of tenant fees. However, it does not preempt the county's creation of this office. So HB 1417's impact on the office's operation: the notice of tenant rights document and the list of tenant fees were no longer required to, that's no longer a requirement for landlords. So what we've done with those is we've created a best practices for landlords. And I'm happy to say that those that are out there, they're smaller landlords, they're still embracing this information because it assists them also with their tenants by knowing what is responsible by either side. The office did not issue any citations for either of the ordinances to date. All of our materials have been updated to reflect the state preemption, have been recreated and redistributed throughout the community. The county attorney's office is evaluating any necessary changes to the code. And currently, there is no state agency identified in Chapter 83 for enforcement. The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services accepts some complaints. They do forward those complaints down to our office, and depending on what the complaint is there something we can do to assist the resident? If it is a building code violation, we will forward them on to code compliance. If it is a security deposit, we will forward them on to legal aid. Section 83.54 of Florida statute states enforcement by civil action. So our office will continue to refer qualified tenants to Legal Aid Society if there are any violations to Chapter 83. And in summary, the Office of Tenant Services has engaged 10,092 Orange County residents regarding tenant-landlord issues. Our outreach and education to both tenants and landlords will remain a priority through our partnerships and collaborations. The preemption of the Tenant's Bill of Rights ordinance and the rental notices ordinance does not impact the office's ability to assist the community. It only removed our ability to enforce the ordinances by issuing civil citations. And so what we've done is we've pivoted to create a best practices toolbox for landlords and tenants with items such as the list of tenant fees and notice of tenant rights, and we will continue to provide them assistance whenever we are needed. And that is the end of my presentation.
Well, thank you, Ms. Michaels. I think you all have done a phenomenal job of getting this office open and delivering quality services to our residents. And so we do appreciate you and the staff that you have. I did have one question. I'm not sure if this question is for you or it might be for Bethany from the Legal Aid Society. With the number of persons that have been served with representation, I'm just curious, how many attorneys or staff do you have providing the services through the Legal Aid Society?
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. We have a staff of 47 people at the Legal Aid Society. We have 18 staff attorneys. We oscillate between 3 and 4 housing attorneys. And our real gift is we have 1,600 volunteer attorneys in Orange County. We are the sister organization of the Orange County Bar Association. And we engaged in a campaign to train all 18 of our staff attorneys in housing law to do the basic work when it comes to housing defense. And then our 3 and 4 attorneys who were specialists then recruited other specialists within the legal community who practice in that area of law. And then we in turn train them as well. So at any given time, we would have 400, 450 attorneys practicing housing law.
And so how many volunteer attorneys did you say you have?
1,600.
1,600. Well, wow, kudos to those 1,600 attorneys who are helping to provide the services as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll move to the commissioners now. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. While she's still saying thank you, Bethany, for everything that you and your organization does. Without that part, the partnerships, I'm starting with my thank yous, but, and it starts at the top with what really is this great structure that we finally have in order to make sure we're getting those resources out. But it really also, you think about those partnerships and how critical that is. And the numbers don't lie, but they don't also tell the whole story, right? So we know how many people have come in for help. But the part that I think is important to express to you all is what I think is sometimes the messaging that comes with this structure and with the support for our residents that sometimes avoids the issue in the first place. And that's the ideal situation, right? When good actors act like good actors and bad actors get back into the good. Because we find that so many of these cases, it's not necessarily a bad actor. It's somebody who's not aware of their rights. So I thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you stand back up, but I wanted to make sure while you were up that I expressed my gratitude for that work, because I think the few conversations I've had with residents that had a criticism, they were like, well, what can you do now that you've been preempted? You've been preempted, what can you do? And I said, it's even more important now, right? Because what the legislature is saying is that we can't do the things we think might be helpful in providing a safety net, but we're not going to help you do anything. You got to go sue them. No enforcement, just making sure that we're staying in our lane. So what that tells us is that there's a big jump there where we really can provide that education component and getting people back into code compliance, educating our smaller landlords. And that's what we're seeing happening. And I mean, I've had so many incredible experiences just in my district alone with residents that have come through this brand new office. And I think it's fortuitous that today we are talking about language access, because we're seeing that in practice. So much of even being able to provide resources is being able to provide them in an understandable way. So I hope that Ricky Lee stuck around for this conversation too, knowing that we're continuing to get at that in every layer for every service that we provide. And it's, it makes me, when I thought about questions I wanted to ask today, I know that we're just kind of getting our feet underneath us with this structure and process. And I think the thing that is really important now is to figure out how to make sure we've baked in the good groundwork, because we're not all going to be here forever, right? And we want to make sure that what we're seeing as a positive outcome that we know is a critical role that we're playing is somehow enshrined beyond maybe what we've started. And so, I've tried to put my thinking cap on and kind of wanted to hear your feedback on what you think bakes it into our long-term ability to care for the health, safety, and welfare of our residents.
I think in the long term, it's just to keep doing what we're doing, is to provide that outreach and education to our residents. Even though I've reached 10,000, there's still a lot more out there, and we find that every day. So, just to be able to go out into the community and to be where they're at is to keep doing that, and hopefully, we'll make even a bigger difference down the road.
Great. That's exactly what we're, going to keep pushing forward. I will say also, I love having you here in the administration building. We talk about the walk-ins, but the phone calls, right? Sometimes we get a phone call, we have somebody on hold, and we're like, oh, I don't know what to do. What do we do with this? And, people are in crisis mode, and they do know how to reach out. We're their first point of contact. And I can't tell you how valuable it's been to have you close by, and your staff has been unbelievably professional and accessible and so helpful. So keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe.
Yes, Amy, we probably talk on a regular basis, and first I got to commend you for always being open. When we first started with the voicemail and we didn't have it in other languages, and then the literature getting there, and we've been lucky to have Spanish media be very passionate about this because they hear the complaints. So it's been great. Every time I call you for media input, you're always willing to, yes ma'am, here we go, this is what we have. And that's so critical because it's direct messaging. Of course, I'm one of those that you've graciously been present at to teach. And I actually think different. I think with the tenant services, yes, the measure that was voted on, overwhelmingly did not go through, but it only highlighted the fact of how much information was missing in our community. And that has been the most important thing out of all of this. You're one of my favorite offices I love all of our county offices, but what's so interesting about when we promote Office of Tenant Services is that people always wonder, well, what do I do when something's broken? What am I allowed to do? Do I stop paying? It is incredible, the conversation. But I'm going to give you one up, was the mobile homes. You took it upon yourself to do that research and empower communities to stand up for themselves. And Legal Aid, you guys are amazing. You are you've helped me when I thought my credit was being, troublesome. That's just how amazing that you guys are, is how do we get in front of this? How do we help you? But this only reinforces that we need to continue what we've done. I think that it is probably very valuable. I asked you yesterday, do you have enough staff? Because you guys are working, you're working hard, and I don't think anybody on this dais can't say they can't access you within minutes when we need to. And that means a lot because you're so passionate. You were assigned this project, and your passion that you have grown for this and to defend people and give them that dignity where they live is just shining through you. So I hope you continue to be blessed with all of that and your passion and your love for what you do, because you only make us better by helping our community. So thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amy, for all this hard work. I know, as Commissioner says, you go to my office anytime when you call and when you're not called, and have provide some of the cups and so we can also, do that education to the community. I just have one question, and I think you already answered it, but I just wanted to ask you. I know in one of the presentation it says that you all identifying some underserved areas. Can you say which areas are these that you all looking into?
Tildenville, we have some areas out in Apopka, Pine Hills, out in West Orange, Oak Ridge, Taft. So we're going through and we're trying to identify those in each district. So it's not just concentrated in one specific district. We're going out into Orange County and identifying them in each district to make sure that we provide the information and resources to those areas as well, through whether it be the bus cards, whether it be providing the brochures out there to the community centers. But we're going to hit all of Orange County. We don't just concentrate in one area, and we make sure we hit every district.
Awesome. And my other question is, if that we discuss it here, but it's not reinforced anymore, enforceable anymore. So what, how do you manage that with the landlords or the tenants, since we are not enforcing all this 60 days and all these things?
We actually were very fortunate that we didn't have to do enforcement during that first, from March 1st through June 30th. We were able to work with the landlords and with the tenants to kind of mediate it so everybody was in compliance. So we never issued a citation during that time, that we would just explain the laws to, whether it's the landlord or to the tenant, and get them to come into compliance. So we were fortunate that we did not have to go out and do any enforcement in those ordinances.
Very good. And the last question, how can you say that the landlords have responded to the office and to you when you have this contact and communication with them?
We've actually had positive feedback. I actually have some of those landlords that still contact me today to make sure they're in compliance. So it was actually a positive interaction. So bridging that gap between the landlords and the tenants, it has worked, and we have started to do that. So they still contact us, even though we can't enforce those ordinances, but to ask us, what does Chapter 83, am I still in compliance? So we have been able to create a good relationship with both sides.
Awesome. So, okay, thank you.
I think what Commissioner Gomez was touching on here and what Ms. Michaels responded to is very, very important, because I think early on the Office of Tenant Services was perceived as something that would be punitive towards landlords. But we said all along, actually, if we did our job correctly, this would be something that would be beneficial to not only the tenants, but the landlords as well. And as a division of government, I think that it is very important that we always have a balanced approach to how we provide services to our community. And so the credit does go to a number of people there in your office, and the tenants and the landlords. The goal is to mediate and bring the two participants together to hopefully a successful outcome of any difficulties or conflicts that may arise through the process. So Commissioner Gomez-Condero. Thank you for pointing that out. With that, we're going to go to Commissioner Scott.
Got to put on my cool hat for this one. So this hat says certified. It'll make sense when I get to my comments. So one of my mentees, he went through some challenges, started his own clothing brand, but before that at 15, he went to prison. And he went there for 5 years, came back and worked at Golden Corral, saved his money for 3 years, where so many kids say, I'm not working at Golden Corral. And so I asked him, why did you choose the name certified? He says, because anybody can use it. You can be certified in what you do. Amy, you are 100% certified in what you do. You provide what I would call top-tier customer service. You provide follow-up and follow-through, and as I've told you before, I am grateful for you. Oftentimes we've received phone calls, I think all of us, where people are in distress and they're frustrated, and you give them a path to peace. Bethany, you and Larry, what you guys do over at Legal Aid Services, I'm grateful because, again, like when you're trying to figure out how I'm going to make 1 + 1 to make 2, and I only have 1, and I got kids, or just, the stresses, and you're getting these notice after notices, and you're just, okay, I'm just going to ignore it. You guys give them a path to peace, both of you. And so I am immensely grateful for the work that you do, Amy, Bethany, you and Larry and your entire team. The show that you guys do to provide information is just phenomenal because, again, everybody needs help from time to time, but not everybody knows where to get help, and you guys provide that path. So I'm just grateful for you. I have no questions. Just continue to do what you're doing, and thank you.
Well, thank you to the Office of Tenant Services. Thank you to the Legal Aid Society for the great work that you're doing. We have come to that point in our agenda today, where you have come to the end of your presentation. So with that, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda. And this is a work session agenda item in which we're going to ask Mr. Lucas Boyce to come forward, the Assistant to the County Administrator, to make a presentation on language access and the Title VI non-discrimination related issues that were discussed earlier this morning by several of the members of the public, and to those members of the public who continue to view and listen to the board meeting today. This is going to be an item of note. Tune in at this point. And with that, Mr. Boyce, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. Good morning. Buenos dias a todos. We are here to discuss title access, language access, Title VI, and while I will serve as the team's spokesperson, we have a number of people throughout the entire organization that have worked diligently over the course of the last several months to prepare the information for you today. A few of us are in the audience here. Alyssa Torres, who's been a stalwart in this effort going back even to 2016, and Joy, of course, Michaels with the County Attorney's Office. Just as an overview of how we'll spend our time, we'll walk you through our purpose. We'll begin with some background and some recent Title VI milestones. Then we'll briefly walk you through the methodology that went into the development of the current LEP plan. We'll share some insights from our gap analysis and some lessons learned. We'll provide an evaluation of the administrative regulation that was proposed back in March. And we'll conclude with some short and long-term action items that are in the planning stages that we'd like to share with you. So to begin, we'd like to focus our attention on today's purpose, why we're here this morning. We're here to review prior board actions and discussions regarding language access and our Title VI non-discrimination policy and plan. We're also here to update the board regarding ongoing efforts to implement the adopted plan that we have in place. And as we've just mentioned, we're here to present our analysis on the administrative regulation. In terms of background, during the discussion agenda portion of the BCC meeting on March 21st of this year, Commissioner Bonilla provided a commissioner's report wherein she proposed an admin reg centered on providing language assistance to individuals who are limited English proficient. Components of her plan included a proposed admin reg to improve citizen service, procedures that would set expectations and increase awareness and consistency in service delivery, and expand the scope of the designated languages. The result of the discussion was your direction to us to look for low-hanging fruit or opportunities that we can identify and move on quickly, in addition to your instruction to us was to provide a gap analysis and report back. Our background, then, where we begin today, is rooted in who we are as a community, and our identity is a diverse and vibrant community. Geographically, we're the 5th largest county and the 3rd largest state in the greatest country on earth. Worldwide, we're a destination for people from every quarter of the globe. And locally, in the words of Mayor Demings, the 1.5 residents who call Orange County home make up a wonderful kaleidoscope of people from around the world. And as such, we've been very intentional about hiring and recruiting and promoting a diverse workforce that is reflective of our inclusive community. The evidence of all of this, geographically, globally, and locally, is the diverse makeup of the current Board of County Commissioners. Collectively and as a unit, you all embody the hopes and dreams of civil rights activists who advanced and advocated for racial and inclusive justice just a few generations ago. In fact, it was 59 years ago that the Civil Rights Act was passed in 1964. And Section 6 of that landmark and trailblazing legislation mandates that no person in the United States shall, on the grounds of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation in or be denied benefits of or be subject to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. This mandate includes the responsibility for recipients of federal assistance to ensure meaningful access to our services, activities, and programs for those who are limited English proficient. Limited English proficient individuals are defined as those who do not speak, write, or read English very well, right? This historic legislation was the centerpiece of President Johnson's vision of a great society. In 1974, the Supreme Court affirmed the protection against national origin discrimination in the case of Lau versus Nichols. In 2000, former President Bill Clinton brought a renewed focus to this effort when he signed Executive Order 13166. The executive order and subsequent guidance from the Department of Justice requires federal agencies and recipients of federal funds to go one step further, to examine our programs, our activities, and the services that we provide, to identify the specific needs for providing meaningful access to our programs and activities, and therefore, as a recipient of Orange County, or as a recipient of federal funding, Orange County is required to take reasonable steps to ensure that we are reaching out to those who don't speak English well. One of the first acts of the Biden-Harris administration was to put a spotlight on their efforts to promote racial equity and support for underrepresented communities. After signing the executive order on his first day of office, President Biden said this: "This is not a one-year project. This is a generational investment and a generational commitment." In response to that, and as a part of our ongoing efforts to promote non-discrimination, the team, Alyssa and her team, Alan Marshall and the PEDS department, contracted the services of HDR, which is a consultant that over the course of 21 and 22 helped develop the current policy and plan that we have in place today. And just as a quick reminder, that Executive Order 13166 talks about the requirements of federal recipients. This is a breakdown of our federal funding over the course of the last fiscal year. Just to highlight a few of these, for us, the largest percentage comes from the American Rescue Plan, which is 23% of the federal funds we received in this last fiscal year. Another highlight for Community and Family Services at 19% and Fire Rescue at 16%. Next, we'll briefly review the methodology that went into the development of the current LAP policy and plan. The Board of County Commissioners adopted this plan on April 5th of 2022. And since the plan's adoption, staff have been diligently taking steps towards a phased implementation of all of the plan's action items. Since the 2022 plan's adoption, there are a number of items that we've been working on. The plan itself incorporates core elements, including our non-discrimination policy, complaint procedures, Section 5 of the ADA considerations, guidance on how we do public engagement, data collection, and environmental justice. For purposes of today's discussion, however, our focus is centered around a comprehensive self-evaluation and assessment to determine who we should focus our LEP efforts on. And this includes the Language Assistant Plan, which is embedded within the LEP plan. The plan details and the objectives and initiatives and affirms our commitment to promote welcoming and an inclusive culture in all that we do. I was going to reference our non-discrimination policy, but in light of world events, I thought it would be best to read it for us. It is the policy of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners that the county shall protect and safeguard the right and opportunity of all individuals to be free from all forms of discrimination, including discrimination based on national origin. It is also BCC policy to ensure that persons with limited English proficiency are not discriminated against or denied the opportunity for meaningful access to and participation in the county's services, activities, and programs. Furthermore, the county's policy statement referenced in the LEP policy and plan states this, that Orange County values diversity and welcomes input from all interested parties, regardless of their cultural identity, background, or income level. Moreover, the county believes that the best public policy and governmental services result from careful consideration to the needs of all its communities, and when those communities are involved in the public policy and governmental services decision-making process. Bottom line, we don't tolerate discrimination, and we work actively every day to promote non-discrimination. From that foundation, the pillars of our plan are built upon guidance from the Department of Justice and what they term the four-factor test. These four factors are the rubric that the government gives to us in building the plan on which we have built our plan. Those four factors include the demographics of the jurisdiction, the frequency of contact with the eligible population to be served, the nature and importance of those programs, services, and activities, and lastly, how much it costs, right? So for factor one, this includes collecting data on the number of LEP persons eligible to be served. And we utilized the American Community Survey, which is a rolling 5-year survey from 2018 to 2022 is the most recent data that we have. For frequency of contact, in addition to our public hearings, BCC meetings, and the like, we have a number of different outreach events that remain the primary source of contact to where we can understand and know the type of populations that are in need of additional services. Factor three is in evaluating the nature or importance of a specific program or service. We'll take the most recent example of today, which is the Office of Tenant Services. That's one of our key opportunities to have public contact with the community and measure and track the number of individuals who might speak a specific language or not they're encountering with our staff. That helps us then determine in future years maybe how to recalibrate and add additional services and or language. Now we'll transition and drill down a little bit to the two factors and help provide some context for the decision we went through in order to determine what languages we reach out to. All right, so the first factor of that DOJ factor test is the demographic information. And this gives us an understanding of the language of LEP stakeholders. So what this graphic is telling us is that the vast majority of Orange County residents speak English fairly well. And in fact, we have 37% of our population who are fully bilingual. There's only about 15% or 195,000 people specifically that don't speak English well. And we have a number of different resources and tools with which to reach all of these individuals and these key stakeholder groups. A deeper dive into the data indicates that the majority of our residents who are LEP speak Spanish, Spanish Creole, or French or Haitian Creole. The way the census data groups the different languages is it groups them in these different categories. The self-evaluation of demographics is designed to help government agencies determine which vital documents or platforms that we're going to translate, right? And so LEP persons make about 15% of our county population, with the highest proportion speaking Spanish. And then that next highest proportion we see is Haitian Creole or French Creole, which is 1.4%. So Another metric that we utilize to try and understand what languages we're going to reach out to has to do with our frequency of contact. And one of the ways we measure that is through our 311 access line. And speaking of that, our 311 access line has actually, we pulled the historical data from the language line, and then we cross-reference that data from the results of the demographic census information to help us determine what stakeholders to engage. Right? So there's a distinction here on the screen you can tell between Brazilian and Brazilian Portuguese. In the proposal that we'll reference later, Brazilian Portuguese was especially mentioned, so we note that breakout here. And so this helps us understand that, okay, if we have 99% of our language access requests are coming in Spanish, and Haitian Creole just a little bit at 1.6%, or really less than 1% of the entire population, this thing gives you an idea of how we start to understand who will make a lot of our vital documents, resources, and materials available to, and in what languages. And right now we've decided that those languages are Spanish and Haitian Creole, but we continue to monitor this on a yearly basis. So next we'll go through our gap analysis. And this is the gap analysis that we basically looked at the LEP inventory that we sent to you, that the county administrator sent to you in May, as our first step. And this simple gap analysis looks at the plan that we have in place versus the action items in it and how we're doing towards the fulfillment of those action items. Before we dive into that evaluation, I do want to acknowledge all of those that are on the screen because they make up about 25 staff and 18 different departments, offices, and divisions over a 7-month review that helped us prepare this information. And each of these individuals has helped with the information that we'll present next. Again, there are a variety of factors that we utilize in the development of the plan that we have. I've already mentioned the 4-factor test from the Department of Justice. We also, over the course of in June, from May through July, deployed a 16-question survey that answered and asked a number of different questions of our staff in the different divisions to help us understand what vital documents that they have determined are necessary for translation, the resources, the materials, the forms. And also, this gap analysis helps us provide insight into the department and organization-wide efforts to comply with the entirety of the plan. One of those key questions was vital documents. And I've talked a little bit about vital documents. I'll define them for you now. DOJ guidance defines a vital document as vital if it contains information that is critical for obtaining federal services or benefits required by law, right? And so those could be public meeting notices, that can be consent and complaint forms, those could be the forms that you just saw a few moments ago in Amy's presentations on the different brochures and material we communicated, right? And for the current LEP policy and plan, as a part of that evaluation, as a conservative estimate, we've been able to identify about 400 plus vital documents that are at various stages in their development and translation and from either English to Spanish and Haitian Creole. So while the full listing of insights is fairly exhaustive, I'd like to just walk through a few key findings and insights that we think are notable for you all today. First, reasonable steps, this is our first objective, that we take reasonable steps to ensure meaningful access to programs and activities by LEP stakeholders. And we, according to our analysis and the data that we've looked at and all the staff that we've talked to, can say to you all today that we are taking reasonable steps to ensure meaningful access to programs and activities by LEP stakeholders. And this is taking place, it's actively taking place, and it's an ongoing effort. And I want to stop here and just stress that the reason we're able to say this is not because of federal funding. It's because our employees know that creating an environment where everyone feels welcome, valued, and appreciated is the right thing to do. There is no shortage of effort across our staff of people that don't want to try and reach out to everyone in our community in the best ways that we know how. Additional highlights include the LEP inventory that we released in May. This initial phase in our gap analysis, as I mentioned briefly before, took approximately 2 months to complete and provided a comprehensive understanding of the breadth and scope of the services and programs that we provide. This 9-page report that we, again, distributed to you and is on our website and is in the process of being translated into Spanish and Haitian Creole, took a comprehensive look at the many services and activities that we do across the county. Another key takeaway is that we have an established process by which anybody can request a Spanish or Haitian Creole translation. We also learned that we actually have a staff, a bilingual staff person who speaks Spanish that we actually pay, that we have on staff, so we don't have to outsource that work, which helps us save a lot of money in our Spanish translations. And just a few other highlights. The Title VI landing page since 2021 has been viewed 17,882 times. And in collaboration with Orange TV, the Human Resources team is actually in the process of developing a full-scale compliance training video that will fulfill our Title VI commitments to the 1964 Civil Rights Act. This training will be required, and we hope it'll be available. We expect it and are planning for it to be available by summer of 2024. And in an effort to work the opposite way, to ensure that we're making our employees comfortable and have a welcoming environment for them, we've actually taken our ESOL training, which we spoke to you about during the iDrive CRA presentation, and we've expanded that to actually serve our convention center employees who are limited English proficient. And we've identified between 12 to 25 of them that would really benefit from this service. And so we're working at LEP efforts from a few different angles, from an outreach angle, but also from an internal resource and help to our own employees as well. In addition to that, there are a number of departments that utilize bilingual staff fairly often for translations, interpretive services, and for interacting with LEP stakeholders. One of the steps in our analysis included gaining an understanding of our in-house resources as it pertains to bilingual staff assistance. Dr. Best and her team in HR helped us refresh an internal database of staff who volunteered to provide LEP services as needed. To date, we have about 269 individuals across the county that have said that they are willing to help us with interpretive services and or translation services. So if you're in permitting and you have a bilingual staff colleague and you have somebody on the phone that speaks Spanish, and you can connect that with a staffer. Or we have another service, which is our language access line, wherein anybody can call in and at a moment's notice be connected to a live translator for a number of languages, up to 150, if I'm not mistaken, from our vendor. So, and the information that they provide, the high caliber of quality services that they provide, are noted in the rating of their proficiency level. And so what we're trying to say here is we have a vast amount of staff, and this is a work in progress. There are a number more of bilingual staff we know of that we have, but these are the ones that have raised their hands and have stood up and have said, hey, we want to help with this effort. Now we'll move to the administrative reg and provide some analysis on what was proposed by Commissioner Bonilla. The various components of the LEP policy and plan are outlined on the screen, and to begin with, we went line by line through the administrative regulation and the current LEP plan. And of the 11 sections or 62 associated action items, we found an alignment between our proposal and Commissioner Bonilla's proposal 91% of the time. And we'll walk you through these 6 items where we found a variance for your review and consideration. The designated language section, of their proposal calls for written translation of vital documents to be made available in the top 5 languages that were requested from the language access line. And these are identified as Spanish, Haitian Creole, Brazilian Portuguese, which is a distinction between Brazilian Portuguese and Portuguese, Arabic, and Vietnamese. According to the DOJ guidance and the vital documents needed to translate, when a significant number of people are eligible to be served, that's when the DOJ tells us, hey, we'd like you to take a look at translating those documents. And so the case can be made that the greater number of LEP stakeholders, the more likely targeted language services are needed. So then let's pivot back quickly, real briefly, to the data that we referenced a few slides ago during our overview of the LEP policy and plan. As a reminder, that second factor that we take into account is frequency of contact. How many times do we come into contact with that LEP stakeholder or that population, right? And our 311 access line is a great metric to help us understand this. And so, again, we pulled that historic data. And for written form, this, again, is another representation of the types of languages that are spoken and what the percentage of that population is according to our whole population. So 1.4% of the population Haitian Creole, 10.6% of our LEP population are Spanish speaking. And so again, as we take into account the demographics, the frequency of contact, the availability and the importance of the program, and how much it costs to make those written translations available, that's what's come into our decision to recommend that we continue to reach out to our Spanish stakeholders and our Haitian stakeholders, and for those other ones, utilize our other translation services to reach those people. There are fiscal implications associated with the cost of providing translation, as I just alluded to. And if you'll recall, the application of that fourth component, again, is how much does it cost? What's the cost-benefit analysis? And according to our estimate, we asked staff to help us understand in order to fully be compliant and to make really great strides towards the fulfillment of our plan, how much would they need? And we identified about $1.7 million would be needed to make sure all of our documents are translated into Spanish and Haitian Creole. If we had to add an additional 3 languages, that could be about $3.5 million or up based on the different upfront fees and maintenance that will be required, specifically as it relates to website and the different documents and how often that they're translated and or changed. So again, we recommend to continue to monitor this, and to reevaluate every 3 years, which is when the entire plan is updated, or take a look at everything every year when we take an annual review. The interpretation and written translation section of the proposal calls for interpretation of the designated languages should be for competent and be provided by competent and knowledgeable people, and not the result of artificial intelligence, such as Google Translate, right? So we agree that the quality and accuracy of our language services should include competent interpreters and or translators, which is included in our LEP plan as well. The plan also specifies that when translation is conducted, it is to be done by competent interpreters. And this is defined as persons or people that have a quality and competence in listening and understanding of the linguistic, cultural, and factual and technical information. So we're not using Google Translate to ensure that our website's in Spanish. That's a human translation that makes sure it's quality. And we would do that and are doing that same approach with our Haitian website. So it's our recommendation to continue utilizing those competent translators and interpreters, but remain flexible and continue to monitor technological advances for potential recalibration in the future. The implementation section of the proposal calls for a bilingual staff hiring mandate. So implementing a hiring mandate of specific language speakers is noble in its intent, but legally problematic and potentially discriminatory. It could be viewed as reverse discrimination. So as we've just mentioned, this internal directory of bilingual staff will be an invaluable resource to ensure that as we implement our plan, that we can utilize in-house staff and also have resources to go outside if available. So we recommend continuing those intentional recruitment efforts, because it literally helped us to generate and develop a workforce that is naturally representative of our community. And we also recommend to maintain and evolve and get better on this bilingual staff directory. The notices section of the proposal calls for providing language access services to religious organizations and specifically Orange County Public Schools. So our current LEP plan does not include this, simply for the fact that OCPS is a separate jurisdictional agency, and so we don't have real jurisdictional authority over them. However, we did check with OCPS, And we discovered that they, as you can see on the screen there, have a way to market their language access services to people in the community. And they also have their own version of I Speak cards. And so we recommend working with the interfaith community and community-based organizations and other stakeholders to inform them of our services. Those that spoke at public comment today are low-hanging fruit, people that we can immediately reach out to engage and educate as to the language access services that we have available. The self-assessment section of the proposal calls for an initial 6-month evaluation of the admin reg and then a report to the BCC yearly after. So the variance here is very, very minor. The current LEP plan requires annual reporting and 3-year self-evaluations or in the event of change of senior leadership. So we recommend that the LEP inventory that we provided in May, that we continue to move forward with that course of action. The inventory, as I noted a few minutes ago, it highlights all of our efforts that we're doing across the county. And so proceeding with that annual opportunity to update you and the public on our efforts is what we would prefer to move forward with. The self-assessment section also calls for the establishment of a language access advisory council for community stakeholders. And so as we mentioned a few minutes ago, when discussing the notices, the current plan outlines guidance to collaborate with community-based organizations in marketing of language access services widely to the public, right? So in addition to the mandate that governs our efforts and our activities, services, and programs, there's a federal law that we also need to understand is our rubric or is our guardrails. And so Commissioner Bonilla referred to over 30 stakeholder organizations that she read into the record on March 21st during her commissioner's report. And we recommend creating an LEP stakeholder group specifically starting with these 34 organizations that can help grow over the course of time. And we believe the formation of a stakeholder group instead of an informal or instead of an advisory council can help us regularly engage and collaborate with the public in new and innovative ways. And in terms of the proposal itself, staff concurs with Commissioner Bonilla that a Title VI LEP administrative regulation is warranted to do the following things. Institutionalize our Title VI non-discrimination efforts, clearly acknowledge the federal requirements associated with Title VI provisions, provide an official source and reference point for community stakeholders, and codify our non-discrimination policy fundamental definitions, primary objectives, core values, and key principles. We recommend moving forward with establishing an admin reg that is limited in scope, however, but broadly defined. The reason for this is that staff, in collaboration with Joy and the County Attorney's Office, are in the process of revising admin regs already on the books. And those address a broad array of non-discrimination policy topics, including Title VI, our ADA considerations, how we handle and monitor discrimination complaints, and public meeting notification procedures, and environmental justice. So staff expects to conclude the review process within the next few months and is planning to submit a number of revisions to those existing admin regs in early 2024. Oops. Go back. Here we go. So a summary of our recommendations is as follows. First, we recommend continuing to utilize Spanish and Haitian Creole as our designated languages for written translation. Second, continue utilizing competent and qualified translators and interpreters. Third, to continue our intentional recruitment efforts of a diverse workforce. Fourth, create an LEP stakeholder group inclusive of the interfaith community and additional community-based organizations. Fifth, provide an annual LEP inventory highlighting our efforts across all of the Title VI and LEP efforts and our future planning. And finally, establish an admin reg that institutionalizes our commitments. Our final section for today's presentation includes some short and long-term action items that were in the implementation planning stages. While the full plan and list of all 62 unique action items will take approximately 18 months to fully implement, there are a number of areas we've identified for immediate action and improvement, including some already in progress. Recruiting a Title VI coordinator who will oversee and lead this effort on a day-to-day basis is a key priority, and the reclass of a current position is underway. The Title VI Department interdepartmental team has begun to identify resources over the course of the long haul that will be needed to ensure that we are meeting our commitments in fulfilling the plan that we have in place. And then we also are going to conduct a number of different training for our employees that I've mentioned before, both in orientation and throughout the regular course of our business in an annual way. We mentioned that the video that Orange TV and HR are working with will be available in hopefully by summer of 2024. And then also, we wanted to make sure that the availability of our LEP services are marketed, right, in a diverse way to a number of different LEP stakeholders, of which we've talked about just previously. So a majority of the facilities and departments already have Title VI signage and posting of LEP services. We did a quick spot check throughout the county just to check, and over the goal of the next 6 months, we want to ensure every facility has this type of signage in their public-facing areas, and which we in turn hope for when we start to measure our frequency of contact with different populations. We hope that as the distribution and deployment of these opportunities to market signage, that we can then hopefully help us meet and reach the needs of as many people as possible. Over the next 3 months, we're also going to distribute I Speak cards and train front desk reception and staff on how to engage and reach out to somebody who comes to, for example, just outside here in the atrium, to our front desk, speaks Cantonese, and can speak and literally point to Cantonese, and the staff on the other side of that table is able to literally get on the phone and immediately connect them with a live translator that speaks Cantonese, that can then help us help that person in their preferred language. And the latest data from our 3-in-1 line is that we've had 311 requests to do this exact same thing in 2023. This is an example of how this looks when it's deployed correctly, and Hector Clemente and the Convention Center team deployment of this Title VI signage is an excellent example of how this works. And again, a big thank you to our team, our facilities team, Louis and Richard and Camilo, who have helped us deploy Title VI signage actually here at the County Administration Building. In addition to the 5th floor reception areas, Title VI signage will also be available in the front desk of the atrium, at the permitting services area, and as you walk into the area where we have our tenant services office. In terms of digital assets, which Commissioner Bonilla referenced in her proposal we need to do more of, this is an example of our marketing of the availability of our services in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole on our website. The language is currently on our public comment page and is also a part of the email receipt that is sent to those who submit a board appearance request form in advance. This nomenclature is something that's going to be incorporated and included into future agendas of this board, and also over time to the advisory committees that are underneath the county structure. A new marketing resource that we're excited and grateful to Ed Hernandez for helping us create and to begin the design process on is our We Speak Your Language initiative, or We Speak Your Language posters. This inclusion of hello in different languages is intentional, and it's meant to be a design element that conveys a welcoming environment. The inclusion of people from many different job functions is also intentional. And we hope that the deployment of these and other LEP marketing efforts, specifically as it relates to the English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole speakers, that this is something that can be utilized as a digital asset as well and deployed throughout and across all of our social media. So pivoting now to longer-term actions as we close, the communications team has been diligently working on a rebrand of the entire website. And so we have our website in English and in Spanish, and we're planning on doing it in Haitian Creole, but want to wait until that rebranding process is fully complete because it's about $200,000 and change to add Haitian Creole to our website. So we want to wait until we can do that, so we have that hopefully by winter of 2024, the entire website, which will be a Herculean effort, will be in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. We also want to continue our vital document translations into Spanish and Haitian Creole for all the other documents that we've identified as well. And then lastly, the entire process of our evaluation was fairly manual, and it needs to be digital. We need to have some great metrics and dashboards that are quick stats that we can pull that will help us be able to provide the best information and data to you all moving forward. So in conclusion, we'll briefly summarize the presentation. Orange County is a wonderful kaleidoscope of people from around the world. This is a special place, and I think each of us are aware and understand and are thankful for that. We remain diligent in our efforts to recruit and hire and promote a diverse workforce. The LEP plan that we have in place is a living document that helps guide our efforts, and we continue to look at it yearly and monitor and recalibrate as necessary. We recommend an admin reg to institutionalize these efforts as was proposed by the commissioner, and we're in the process of hiring a Title VI coordinator who can really oversee this effort and help us move the needle on significant accomplishments towards fulfillment of the plan. And briefly, once more, moving forward with the proposed admin reg, and in support of what the commissioner proposed, just in summary, formalizing that LEP policy through an admin reg, continuing utilizing Spanish and Haitian Creole, continue utilizing qualified and competent translators, continue our intentional recruitment efforts, our interfaith community, reach out, ensure that we have an LEP stakeholder group, and then make sure that we're updating you appropriately on our efforts on an annual basis. And with that, we'll conclude our presentation and invite your feedback, discussion, and guidance on next steps. Again, a special thank you to the many staff in every department, division, and office who helped prepare this information for you. All of us remain grateful for the opportunity to serve, and we thank you for your time and your attention. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lucas. I think awesome presentation. We do appreciate, the collective of all of our staff who have been working the countless hours to get us to this point. But we also do acknowledge your commitment to this process and the thoroughness by which you have proceeded with kind of overseeing and reporting to the county administrator. I would like the county administrator to kind of chime in here about the next steps, because in order for us to move forward, and I am 100% supportive of moving forward with an administrative regulation and then the execution and implementation of the plan. As you pointed out, there is a cost to executing that plan, and I'd like to have the county administrator just talk a little bit about the plan moving forward. I think, at a minimum, we were talking about to institute this across all county departments, divisions, and subunits, $1.7 million. So, Byron, I'm going to ask you to kind of speak to next steps in that regard.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. First, I'll start with the staff. That Title VI coordinator, which we think is a critical position. The good news is that's actually a budgeted position. The funds are already there. We're reclassing a position that had been on the books for a similar type of purpose, but things have evolved. So we'll reclass the title, but it is existing position, so we don't need to add to the manning count, as well as the funds were already there in the budget. So that addresses that staffing component, and we'll continue to have this outstanding team in place to support this at a committee level. The administrative regulation, which we'll bring forward in a few months, will be broad in its nature, outlined. We don't want it to be too detailed that every time there's a minor change in a sign or anything of that nature, we have to come back, but rather it would outline the concept and the approach and our commitment and some of the how and the why And so we'll develop that, as well as there are a few other administrative regulations that need to be revised. And lastly, Mayor, on that point that you mentioned, the largest fiscal impact that we envision right now is the translation of services. That initial estimate, staff, as Lucas mentioned, it was kind of a cross-section of asking folks to give their assessment throughout. We're going to take a hard look at that, whether or not that is the right number as we look at how we provide those services. We continue to get very competitive in what services are needed to perform those translation services, working very closely with communications. And then in the upcoming budget, the 24-25 budget is where we'll be looking at how we fund those requirements. Obviously, as this alludes to, or this whole presentation about, much of this is a requirement associated with Title VI, and so we know we have some of these obligations that we must fulfill as well as part of our plan. But that's the ballpark estimate. We're going to dig a little deeper, though, look a little closer, examine those numbers, that dollar impact, that fiscal impact, before we bring it forth, Mayor, and as a part of the next year's budget.
And also, just to follow up on that, Alan Marshall and Alyssa Torres and Dr. Bess and others have an interdepartmental team that has been meeting periodically, at least quarterly, to talk about action items and where everybody is from a global standpoint throughout the organization. And they will continue to meet. And the people that put together all the information for the presentation will continue to meet and report in.
And clearly, the takeaway for me is that we're moving forward with the process of bringing clarity to where we don't have it today with the administrative regulation that'll be coming back soon. So, from my perspective, I want us to move forward with the blessing of our board to fully implement the plan. So with that, I'm going to ask our commissioners to weigh in, and we're going to begin with Commissioner Michael Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Lucas, great job as always. So I just if you can send us that graphic so that we can share on our respective social media channels. Yeah. But other than that, I don't have any questions. Thank you for your hard work on this.
Yep. We're still noodling on the edges on the design on that. We have one more element that we want to try and pass, and then we hope to deploy that and have those ready for you both physically, that you can hang and give to LEP stakeholders that you engage. So we'll have that physically as posters that you can give out as well. Also,
with the refinement, the ratios, if they could make it the square format for when you're posting on like a Twitter or Instagram, so there's ratios, they can make sure it's two sizes, that'd be cool. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much, Lucas. Thank you for the work on this presentation, the amount of information that went into it. And I know, a lot of this information, we have to rely on things like the census, which kind of makes me wonder also about an undercount. But it's okay, because I'd rather have a count that we, that's verified through the federal government, that we can kind of say, all right, here's our starting point. But I did want to look at the citation on that, because I'm like, okay, I wonder if this is capturing the full picture. I'm extremely proud of the work you all are doing in this area, and I understand it's going to be an ongoing process, because, quite frankly, our population is an ongoing process, and how they change and what that looks like. In District 1, the population of Brazilian Portuguese speakers has really exploded in the last 10 years, and it's exciting. I was just telling Byron that I met a young man last year who was the valedictorian of one of the District 1 high schools, public high school, who spoke 4 languages. His mother tongue was Brazilian Portuguese, but he also spoke Italian, Spanish, and of course he was, this amazing, he's going on to major in English Lit. So I was like, wow, you're our future, right? Yeah. So very exciting that we're able to try to wrap our hands around this now, and understanding that the most underserved communities are going to be the ones that will benefit the most from our efforts. I had a question, because my interest was piqued when I saw the identification in the policy and plan of environmental justice. And of course, environmental justice is very closely tied to housing justice, and that's all closely tied to all the actions in our PEDS department.
Yeah.
And then, you look at the graph of where sort of the gap analysis shows us, and how overwhelming is that it's our PEDS department. So I think the other takeaway from me on that is, and of course for those who are watching and are maybe new to the idea of environmental justice, it's the concept really of environmental issues not really being able to be navigated by a community because they're already underserved, right? So they already have less of a voice. And then why wouldn't a company that maybe has something, a pollutant, and they want to manufacture something or put something in the water, try to set up next door knowing that community has the least amount of resources to fight off that type of pollutant or that type of pollution. So that space for, the permitting and how we navigate people getting notices in the mail and how they understand what's coming down the street from them when they see a posting, it's hard enough for primary English speakers on a primary English posting. So I do think it's going to be a difficult lift. I think it's going to be something that we'll have to continue to keep our eyes on, because I think it closely mirrors what we see in our tenant services, and as far as being able to navigate the legal communication to people who are already having a very difficult time grappling with the law. All right, thank you, great work.
Sure, thank you. I will make just one note, because you mentioned Brazilian in your district, right? And so we also, according to the American Community Survey, these are census tract data, so we know exactly where our LEP populations are. So if we're having a specific activity program or service in your district, we know how to bring a deployment of resources to ensure we're meeting the needs of those people.
And I was going to say, and I think that is such a great, when we talked about, looking at the how we're going to make the ordinance fit and the ability to be nimble enough, to have the teeth enough to reflect the title and be nimble enough to make sure we're adapting, and especially in areas like that. So thank you.
All right, with that, before we conclude, I'll go to the county attorney or any of his staff if there's any additional input you all want to give at this time. I know you've been an integral part
As
of this
I
process.
look over at Joy Carmichael and Matthew Pritchard there shrugging their shoulders, nothing to add, Mayor.
All right. With that, thank you all. This concludes this presentation, and I believe that in terms of this morning's agenda, this is a rarity where we finish before 1 o'clock, but we will reconvene for the afternoon portion at 2 p.m., and until that time, we will stand in recess until 2 p.m. Thank you all very much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome you back to the October the 10th, 2023 Orange County Board of County Commission meeting. We're now in our afternoon session after the morning session concluded a couple hours ago. We're going to move forward on our agenda for today, and the first item on the agenda, we're going to ask Mr. Jason Sorensen, our Chief Planner from the Planning Division, to come forward to present the September 21st, 2023 Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations. And with that, Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. On September 21st, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered 3 conventional rezoning cases, one of which was postponed and 2 were recommended for approval. We have not received any appeals. The action requested is to approve the September 21st Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations. The staff is available for any questions.
Okay, and with that, unless we have questions by members of the board, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move to approve the.
Second, Gomez.
All right, Commissioner Scott made the motion to approve the P&Z recommendations, second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, then we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is our first scheduled public hearing for this afternoon. And we're going to open A1 with Mr. Ted Kozak, our Chief Planner from the Zoning Division, is going to frame this item. And with that, Mr. Kozak, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. At this time, it's my understanding that the District Commissioner for this case, Commissioner Bonilla, is unavailable for today's hearing. And it is also my understanding that it's customary to allow for participation of that we would, the applicant is aware of this situation, and before I move further, would like to offer that as information.
And with that, unfortunately, Commissioner Bonilla fell ill today and could not be here, but this was a properly advertised item for this afternoon, a public hearing. If it meets with the approval of the applicant, what I'd like to do at this time is make a motion that we continue this to give Commissioner Bonilla the opportunity to be present. The next, I think, opportunity that we have is perhaps the first meeting in November.
Mayor, with respect to the schedule in November, November 14th or 28th would be 2 dates that would be considered by the board. Oh, and we do have an advertised public hearing today. We do need to make sure we open it up for public comment prior to board decision on the continuance.
All right, so do we have any members of the public present who came today with the intention to make any comments? Is the applicant present? And if so, would you like to make any comments?
We would just say that we don't oppose the continuance.
Okay. All right.
Second.
Any other members of the public present, Joe, that want to be heard on this item today?
I have no speaker cards for this item, Mayor.
All right. Well, with that, then we'll close the opportunity for a public hearing today. The motion is to schedule this in the afternoon for November the 14th. And
Second.
we have a second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. And to the applicant and others, we apologize for the inconvenience, but sometimes things do happen. Okay. All right, with that, we're going to move forward to the next item on our agenda. This is item B2. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Brett Blackadar, the Deputy Director of Public Works, is going to frame this item. Mr. Blackadar, you are recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So we're going to give a presentation today on the connectivity options. Do we have the clicker? Here? Okay. It changed on me. So we're going to talk a little bit about the history of the area, some issues for consideration, including vehicular and pedestrian connectivity, solid waste and emergency response, neighborhood crime statistics. We're going to talk about some potential options. Those options were brought to the community, so we'll talk about the community meeting we had and the results of that meeting. We'll give a summary of the presentation, then we're going to ask for board direction on the different options that we present today. The area we're talking about is the Agnes Heights community. It includes 3 roadways, Edlin Drive, Cayley Avenue, and Shuri Drive. It was platted in 1959, and when those roads were originally platted, they were 60-foot right-of-ways, and they connected from Conway Gardens Road on the west to Watauga Street on the right, or the east. So when we looked at some historical imagery in 1981, the roadways were still open, connected to Watauga. The area to the east of these 3 streets was undeveloped at that time. When we jump ahead to 1984, there were some multifamily units that were added on the east side. At that time, it's hard to see on this aerial, but the roadway connections were closed at that time with fencing, which you can see when you zoom in here. So sometime between 1981 and 1984, the roadway connections were closed. So when we go to 2001, that was the time that the city of Orlando took over maintenance of Watauga, and we see that the connections were still there in 2001 as well. So when you look at the historical street views we have in the area, you can see the fencing was there in 2007. It appears that there was originally a pedestrian opening. When we talked to the residents, that did date back from the original fencing. It was there. You can see in 2011 it was open, 2019 it was closed. Some of the residents indicated that it had been closed off and on due to concerns for crime in the area. When we did research for this fencing, we could not find any evidence that the county approved the fencing, either permitted it or installed it ourselves. And we checked with the city of Orlando. They did the same thing. They could not find any evidence that had been installed by the county. Even I will say that many of the residents may have told us that they believe that the county did install it. We have no record that we did or have been maintaining it for the last 40 years. So in January of this year, it was reported that the fence was cut down by a resident on February 16th. It was again reported that one of the neighbors took down the fences both on Shuri Drive and on Cayley Avenue. So we responded in Public Works, and on February 24th, we put out some temporary water-filled barriers, which you see in this picture at those two, so that we would keep the roads closed to traffic, but we did leave an opening for pedestrians in those 2 barriers at that point. So after this incident, we received lots of citizen replies on both sides of the issue. However, a majority of them were asking us to put the fencing back and had several concerns about the fencing being removed. And so since that time, or after that time, we did look at a lot of different issues, typical issues we would look at if a roadway was being closed for the first time, and we also looked at some of the concerns brought up by the residents in the area. First of all, we looked at what our current policies say, and our current policies certainly discourage dead-end streets. This is from our current comprehensive plan, which discourages cul-de-sacs, turnarounds, and tries to provide connectivity for pedestrians. We did also talk to the city of Orlando, because if you see in the picture in the bottom right there, the connections have not been used for 40 years. So the city who maintains this right-of-way did agree that they would improve those connections. If the board were to select to open these roadways back up, they would pave it because there is some drop-off there. And certainly these roadways need to be better maintained, or these connections need to be better maintained. So they did agree to do that. If the board made the decision to open them up, we would certainly want to do that before the fences were removed. And then there were some concerns about pedestrian connectivity. We did hear at the public meeting that children currently walk from the multifamily units through the neighborhood to the west. And there's currently a outside basketball court at that church. And so the difference for them from going through the neighborhood to walking around, the red shows the distance they would have to walk around as a distance of 0.84 miles versus 0.26 miles. We also learned that there is several elementary school kids for Conway Elementary that walk from the multifamily units as well. And Conway Elementary is to the south. So if they could not walk through the neighborhood, they would again have to walk around to the north to get down to the south to the neighborhood. So we confirmed there was about 20 students that were shown from the school data that walked from those multifamily units. It was also brought to our attention from one of the residents about the city of Orlando having a proposed bike trail down Watauga, and this is a copy of their plan. They do have something in their most recent 2020 bicycle plan that does show a trail that would go down the section of Watauga. However, when we contacted the city of Orlando, they have no immediate plans, but it still stays in their long-range plan. We did look at solid waste and emergency response. Currently, for those three roadways, because they're closed off by a fence and there's not currently a turnaround or a cul-de-sac, the solid waste vehicles have to back in to these roadways. And certainly they would prefer to not have to back in. On a new neighborhood, they would not allow that to be designed that way, but they have been serving this neighborhood for 40 years doing that. Based on the fire marshal's discussion, they're also concerned they can't turn around at the end of the street either, so there's no fire hydrants throughout this neighborhood, so they should express concerns with the roadways remaining closed for emergency response. It could affect the emergency response time if they had to bring in a tanker truck. Again, this condition has been in place, though, for 40 years as well. So the residents expressed concerns about crime in the area. So we looked to compare last year versus this year. As I mentioned, we opened up the roadways with the barriers, or we opened up the roadways to pedestrians with the barriers this year, when last year it was closed. So when we compared data from the same about 5-month period in 2002 to 2023, we didn't notice any difference in crime. There was only one trespassing crime that has been reported this year on the west side, which doesn't appear to have anything to do with the openings, pedestrian openings. And I did follow up with the sheriff's office, and they didn't have any reported crimes up through the end of June. I just checked with them again. Unfortunately, their system changed, but there's been no reports from residents of crime that has been in the area. There are reports that people have been kind of walking around the area that, more often since we opened up the roadways, but no indications of additional crime. Then we did look at a couple of different options. One of the options we originally looked at that the residents requested was building a wall across these openings. So we did investigate that, and there is a policy in our code that allows a MSBU to be formed in the neighborhood to pay for a wall. However, it does require a formal HOA, and they do not have that in this neighborhood, so that would be one of the challenges. But after discussing this at the community meeting, most of the residents did not want to move forward with that option. And so we considered 3 other options. One would be to open the roadway, remove the fencing. The second one would be to keep the roadways closed with new fencing, similar to what it was as of last year. The third option is to keep them closed with fencing, but allow the pedestrian connection, similar to what was there originally, appeared to be in the early 1980s. So for the open the roadway, certainly that's a fairly quick cost. It meets our comprehensive plan policies. It does provide that best emergency and solid waste access. And the city of Orlando did agree to that connection. The cons are it does not address the concerns of residents, especially regarding potential crime and cut-through traffic. A lot of the residents were concerned that opening the roadways would lead to a lot more vehicles speeding through their areas, which doesn't exist today. And the other con is it changes a condition that's been in place for 40 years. So when we look at putting the fencing back as it was as of last year, certainly it would be consistent with the last years. It's easy for us to do. It does address some of the residents' crime concerns, does not meet our comprehensive plan policies. It does continue to potentially hinder that emergency access in solid waste as well. The third option would be very similar. However, it would partially meet the comprehensive plan policies by allowing pedestrian connectivity, but not vehicle connectivity. It would address some of the residents' concerns. It would address some of the residents' cut-through concerns, but it would continue to hinder the emergency vehicle and solid waste access as well. So we did have a community meeting on June 14th. We had about 60 residents attend, it represented about 35 of the total 102 homes in the Agnes Heights community. We presented those 4 options, which included the wall. As I mentioned before, they decided not to pursue the wall options. And as far as the other 3, a vast majority of the residents did want to put back the fence, and a majority of the residents did want to restore the pedestrian opening, or did not want to, restore the pedestrian opening in the fences, even though there was probably more residents open to the pedestrian opening than there were to opening it up completely. So in summary, this condition has been in place for more than 40 years. In order to look at this, we looked at the different issues, including connectivity policies, solid waste, fire rescue, and neighborhood crime. We looked at vehicular connections with a fence, with or without pedestrian connections. We talked about our community feedback and most of the residents wanting to keep it closed with no pedestrian connection. And we're looking now for board direction on 3 different options. The 3 options are 1, to open the roadway, remove the fencing, to keep the roadway closed and install new fencing, and to keep the roadway closed but allow the pedestrian connection. With that, Mayor, turn it back over to you.
All right. With that, there's not an applicant on this. This has been an administrative process, but I will open it up for any comment by members of the public. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard?
Yes, Mayor, I have 10 speaker cards, so I'll start calling out the names 3 at a time and ask you to go over against the wall there, and then proceed to the speaker when your turn comes up. First name I have is Alexa Garcia, followed by Tracy Cavaretta, and third is Robert Karras. And you'll have 2 minutes each. Alexa? Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Alexa Garcia. I live at one of the dead ends on the street, and I just want you guys to put yourself in my shoes for one moment. I bought this house in April of last year. I lived at the house for 8 months and had not one issue. One of the reasons I did purchase this house as a 31-year-old single female was the beautiful dead end street. It was completely renovated, but that's besides the point. There is a right and a wrong way for things to be done, and what has been done has just been completely wrong. It is unfair for one person to make a decision for 3 streets. It's important to mention that I love community, but it's about what happens after dark. A few examples. We've had 2 police chases in the neighborhood. One particularly took place in my backyard. 3 police and 1 canine unit. I have a little dog. He's 11 pounds. That was not a fun moment for me. We've had squatters that lived directly next door to me in a vacant house. They had 5 pit bulls. Their dogs were loose at all hours of the day. I did contact animal services. I also did not feel safe walking my dog in that moment. I had a pit bull show up at my house, separate occasion. I took care of the dog until animal services could come get it, because I love all animals. This has not been a fun situation for me. It started in January. In February, it just progressed and got worse. We had 3 people show up in ski masks at 11:30 at night to cut down the fence, which was not a fun moment. I can provide more references as needed. Ultimately, I'm here to back up the unanimous decision that we made with the commissioner for things to just go back how they were. I want to thank my beautiful neighbors who have really showed community and have let us plug in our power so that our food didn't go bad during the hurricane, who bring treats to my dog, and we celebrate holidays together. Who have really created a beautiful community and made me feel safe. I just want to go back to how it was. Thank you.
So, Ms. Garcia,
Yeah.
just to be clear, your position is to close it off with
Close it off
pedestrian
completely,
access?
please.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Rob Karras, and I'm at 3825 Surrey Drive. So we've lived in that house for 20 years, and despite comments that have been made about 10 years ago that when people moved in, that the fence, there was access, 100% incorrect. For 20 years that we have lived here, that fence has been closed. There has been no access at all, not pedestrian access or vehicular access. I kind of have a rhetorical question, actually, and that is the proper procedure, okay? If I wanted to make a change, would be to talk to my neighbors, maybe sign a petition, and get their feedback to have the fence opened. As a matter of fact, there's an ordinance approved by the Orange County Commissioners that says, it explains permitting and roadway changes, and I'm going to quote this: the petition submitted to the Board County Commissioners with the signatures of 67% of property owners can request initiation of roadway changes, and that upon determination by the county that the roadway meets county standards, the property owner or owners and the county can then apply for a permit to make a change. Not have one person enlist children to put on ski masks at 10 o'clock at night and come down and start cutting down a fence, and then come back a day or two later with jackhammers and sledgehammers and pole cutters in the presence of law enforcement while they're sitting there watching, and remove the fence on 3 streets, property that does not belong to those people, and then still days later post on social media scrap metal available for anybody who wants to come get it. To me, that is not the proper procedure, and that's exactly what happened.
What is your name, please, one more time?
Mine?
Yes.
My name's Robert Karras.
Thank you, Mr. Karras. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, we do not allow the outward clapping, making of noise during these proceedings. We have to maintain the decorum, so that is your one warning. If you violate that, then we will have to have you escorted out. All right. So, I'm just putting you all on notice. Okay, with that, we'll move to the next speaker.
Mayor, just a moment. Was the gentleman that was no access, right? No pedestrian? No access. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Next speaker, please.
Tracy, state your name and address for the record, please.
Tracy Cavaretta. You want to reset my clock?
Oh, yes.
I planned this. My name is Trace Cavaretta, and I'm the homeowner at 3812 Surrey Drive. In October of 2019, I rented the house at 3818 Surrey Drive, right next door to the house I own. The street was extremely attractive to me from the moment I arrived to look at the house with the rental agent. It was a dead end and the very definition of an effective neighborhood watch area. And in fact, to my knowledge, there was not one single incident of crime on Surrey Drive between 2019 and early 2023. After renting the house at 3818 Surrey Drive for more than 2 years, I loved the neighborhood so much that I bought the house next door to me at 3812 Surrey Drive. In February of this year, the fencing, which had for more than 20 years separated Surrey, Edland, and Cayley from Watauga, was inexplicably, suddenly, and illegally removed. Without any communication, petition circulation, or permission from the city or county of Orlando, one single family took it upon themselves to remove the fencing, thereby opening up our formerly quiet, peaceful streets to both vehicle traffic and foot traffic. Predictably, crime ensued shortly thereafter, including police chases and helicopters in the air above our homes. Most shockingly, in June of this year, squatters with 5 pit bulls occupied and utterly destroyed 3818 Surrey Drive within just a few weeks of my having moved out and while the home was still up for rent again. This crime unequivocally affects our property values and is an undeniable result of the barriers having been removed. On June 14th of this year, concerned residents of the 3 streets in question had a meeting at the Kiwanis Club on Conway Gardens Road, and in the presence of our Commissioner Uribe, voted overwhelmingly to restore the illegally dismantled barriers. I implore the Commission to follow through with the virtually unanimous wishes of your constituents and return our quiet, peaceful streets to us. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
All right, thank you for your presence this afternoon. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tamara Tatum, to be followed by Stephanie Silvia, and followed by Andrew Koba. And please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tamara Tatum. I live at 3731 East Cayley Avenue.
Afternoon, Ms. Tatum, you can begin.
Thank you. The reason I'm here today is to talk about the safety and security of my and my neighbors that has been compromised by one person, one family, for what I understand is their own personal agenda. I understand that they have friends and family and the low-income housing that's on the other side of the fence. I am fine with people visiting and all of that. That's fine. But I feel that my safety has been compromised along with my neighbors as well. I have 2 daughters. I'm a single parent. I have an elderly mother living with me. We have people just on my street alone from age 0 to age 97. We like to walk in the street. We like to walk our dogs. We like to feel safe doing that anytime during the day. And it's scary now that we have this fence that's down, that's been in place for 20 to 40 years, however long it's been. And it's unfortunate that that happened by one person's hand, and all of us have to come and talk about it. One person upset this entire neighborhood that was once safe and comfortable. Of course, things are going to happen. They're going to happen in gated communities. But this is happening in my community, and it's unfortunate. And I'm here so that we can hopefully get this back to the way it used to be. So we can be in a safe environment and have our community safe and comfortable again. We appreciate the help by law enforcement and the officials, and we appreciate the support of all of you as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tatum. I believe what you're saying is you want to keep the street closed.
Yes, completely, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and just for those of you who are going to come speak, I know we're asking you for your name and your address, but sometimes I put on my law enforcement hat. Just be careful with sharing too much information about your personal homes, lives as you give the testimony. I don't want to inadvertently. These proceedings are recorded, they're televised, so I don't inadvertently want to make any of you vulnerable in any way. Your safety is of my greatest concern. Okay, thank you.
My name is Stephanie Sibylla. I live on East Cayley Avenue at the Dead End Street. My house is one of the last houses up the road. Thank you for letting us have this opportunity to talk. As I said, I'm the last homeowner at the end of East Cayley where the fence was removed. I'm in favor of reestablishing the 40-year-old chain link fence that is embedded within the county right-of-way asphalt. This fence has been in place since approximately 1984 through the coordination of Commissioner Ed Mason. Over the years, Agnes Heiss residents have met with 4 other commissioners, Hohenstein, Stewart, Martinez, and thank you, Commissioner Uribe, as well as Orange County Engineering from 2000 to 2002. As such, the existence of this fence has been acknowledged by Orange County off and on for the last 40 years. It is acknowledged as a dead-end street in the current Orange County Residential Solid Waste Recycling Collections Contract, along with the other 4,000 dead-end streets. And all 4 of the roads have dead-end signs posted by Orange County. When the city permitted Dixie Grove Apartments on Wacagua, there was no requirement to gain access to Esther, Surrey, East Cayley, or Edlin as an alternate access route. There is also a 8-inch drop in pavement between Watauga and these 4 roads. If the need was required based on traffic requirements or pedestrian access requirements, it would have been permitted and built as such. When I moved into the home in 2016, I was impressed with the large roll-down hurricane shutters over the double door. However, I was soon surprised to find out that the house had been broken into so many times that the homeowner installed the hurricane shutters to prevent the sliding glass doors from being broken. I've had to wake my daughter in the middle of the night to make sure that she or the windows were not shot out from Watauga. I am thankful I live in a concrete block house. My fence was broken by people and bent all the way down to the ground, and I've obtained a permit the legal way and replaced it. When my daughter rode the school bus off of Watauga, her friends would walk her home because of all the drug action that was going on. I'm in favor of replacing the fence fully. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your presence this afternoon. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Andrew Koba. I live on Cayley Avenue. Thank you for having me here. My parents had that house built in 1959, and we've been there the whole time. My mother's 97 years old, and I can tell you there's a lot of changes in Orlando. But the reason the county put up that fence in the first place is because of the crime and the traffic that we had that was taking shortcuts through our neighborhood. There's no sidewalks in our neighborhood for kids to play, so they play in the road. There's barely enough room for 2 cars to pass, and it got really bad years ago, and that's why they put up the fence in the first place. We had people stealing stuff right off of the people's porches and running back into the apartment complex, and we had cars zooming down the streets. So I'm in favor of putting up the fence completely and blocking it off completely.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
The next 2 speakers are Tony P. Paracu and Barbara. It says for the variance, so I'm not sure if you intended to speak at this. It's you, Tony? Oh, you want to speak for this one? Yeah. Okay, no, I'm sorry. I have 4 total left, but the next 2 are Tony P. and Barbara P. Are they here? All right, then the next 2 are Wilson Gonzalez and Sheila Frederick. So, Mr. Gonzalez and Ms. Frederick, if you can approach the podium, please.
My name is Wilson Gonzalez. I reside at Edland Drive at the very end as you drive in on the right-hand side. Thank you, Ms. Uribe, for being in our meetings. I'm sorry I missed the last one in June. I was away in New England. Thank you, Commissioner, and the other commissioners for being here as well, listening to our concerns. We moved in back in January of '89. I had very small children, 5, 6, 7 years old. It was very convenient, dead-end street. It was enclosed. After a while, they opened up the center part. Unfortunately, someone, no names given, came in the middle of the night practically, and as you probably heard before, dismantled, Surrey, half of Cayley, and luckily, we were lucky that the only thing they opened in hours was the center way or the walkway. Last year, or maybe 2 years ago, there was a shooting, and at the end of the street, my wife and I, present here, Anna, and there was a couple of shootings right about 15, 20 feet from our bedside. It was very scary. I mean, I don't want to even remember that again, but it did happen. So I wish that something can be done. Right now, Edland Drive is walkable. You can walk through it, but not drive through it. I wish that if a wall can be built, great. I can contribute to the cost of it if I have to. I'm not getting that much money from the government. I'm retired. but I would like if that could be done. If the second step would be just to leave Edland the way it is, which is basically the walkway. So thank you again for listening to me, and I hope something can be resolved very soon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sheila Frederick. I'm at 3631 Edland Drive. I would like to speak in favor of keeping the community fence, but with access for pedestrian connections. There are many families and dog owners who walk on the streets of Agnes Heights daily. My husband and I take our dogs for walks roughly 3 times a day. Currently, there are no sidewalks, so pedestrians must walk in the roadway. Also, there's limited lighting after sunset. For example, there's only like 2 street lights on my street. I fear opening the streets to vehicular traffic will decrease pedestrian safety and significantly increase the chances of pedestrian versus vehicle incidents. I ask you vote in favor for keeping the community fence, but with openings for pedestrian connections or closed entirely. Thank you.
All right, we got it. Thank you for your presence. Next speaker, please.
That's the last speaker card I have, Mayor.
Okay, we have one other person indicating, if you didn't fill out the speaker card, you can go to the mic and then you can fill it out afterwards if you didn't.
Thank you. I registered online.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Delilah Smalley, and I live at 3613 Surrey Drive. There are many reasons that I don't like these barriers and what they stand for. First is the legacy. From what I understand, Ed Mason installed these barriers in 1984 without approval. If you research him, you will find that he also tricked a sheriff, stole his gun, shot and killed his estranged wife, then was in prison for his crime. Second, it was put up without following policy or procedure. There is no documentation of traffic monitoring, transportation, department input, or civilian approval. It is evident at the end of each street that all variations of the fence included walkways for foot traffic and bicycles. You can clearly see this in the pictures of Edland. When I moved here over a decade ago, there was a walkway open on Surrey. Someone, however, took it upon themselves to fence up these walkways, much like Ed Mason did. They are not elected officials. To allow residents to block off roads and then walkways sets a terrible precedent. We cannot permit residents to block streets and walkways because it makes a few people more comfortable while it greatly affects others. If they want to live in a gated community, then I suggest they move there. Third, barriers installed without walkways breaks code and is a liability. Any new construction within the county is supposed to have walkways, so it is my hope that the county will not remove the walkways we already had in order to break their own policy by installing a solid barrier. I have been to every home on all 4 streets, and most of the people want a walkway and care about the children who live in our community. Not everyone has been able to attend the meetings due to work, and not everyone is tech savvy. The last reason I am against these barriers is the most outrageous. Neighbors advocating for 8-foot steel walls have used vile and offensive language to describe the people on the other side. Riffraff, trash, thugs, and several words and phrases which carry discriminatory insinuation. The county should not encourage behavior which not only divides our community but limits recreational access to everyone while putting children in harm's way. It is our duty to follow procedure regarding the blockage of public roads. It is our duty to advocate for the elderly. It is our duty to assure that all people
Thank you,
of
Ms.
various
Smalley.
ethnicities.
You have run out of time.
I'm almost
So,
done, but
okay.
I just want to make sure that everybody is represented, and children can't come here. They're in school, and all those kids deserve a safe path to go to school. It's the only one with all
We got
crossing
it.
guards.
Yes, thank you. All right, next speaker.
I will need a form afterwards. I did not sign ahead of time. My name is Michael Clifford. I live at 3713 East Cayley Avenue. My main concern is, as it was indicated as an option, one of the reasons for this is to have open access for the kids who are going to school to walk through that way. I am against opening it. I would prefer a barrier. For the reason is the safety of the children or any of the other residents that walk on that street. There are no sidewalks, and you cannot walk in some of the yards. My yard itself slopes down. So you could not walk in my yard. So we're asking kids to go to school on streets that do not have sidewalks. That would concern me because we know that if just one accident happened with one of these children, and the thought that we could have prevented that if we just had barriers, that's my biggest concerns. We don't have sidewalks, and we're asking these kids to walk in streets they'll be walking in the road. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Do we have other speakers?
I have no other speaker cards, Mayor.
All right. I don't see anyone else indicating a desire to speak. So with that, we're going to close the public comment portion at this time. Commissioner Uribe is a district commissioner. Before I go to Commissioner Uribe, we do have Commissioner Gomez Cordero, who has indicated a desire to speak, and we will hear her.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Maybe Commissioner Uribe, you can answer. I just wanted to know, I was going to ask you about the sidewalk that they were saying there is none.
So it's an older community, so there's not a lot of front yard. So if the county actually came, it would be 2 feet from their front door if they had sidewalks. So there isn't the space.
Okay, so what they mean is that there's no sidewalk here in the...
There's no sidewalks on any of the streets, yeah, and it's older homes, so it's not a newer
Yes,
community. And so when you think of the right-of-way and what they would go in, you would be more than halfway up people's driveways, really impeding to the front door. And that's because if we're infill and we're older, that's the problem there.
Okay, and my other question was, if this is approved to leave the fence, will you change the ugly fence or you will leave those?
Well, the
fences?
ugly fence is gone. It was taken down, so we'll have to replace it with
But
new fence.
I thought it was 3 Street that they have the fence. All the fence are gone?
They were taken down.
Oh, at the 3? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Blackadar, I saw you stand up.
Yeah,
Did you
one of the
wanna
streets
add
did remain. The street furthest to the north, which is Kaylee, I believe, or Edlin, the fence did remain, but we would replace them most likely with current fencing, even though some older fences remain, probably a 6-foot fence, a new fence. So we would do that, even though some of the fencing does remain.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blackadar. We're going to move to Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Brett, one of the speakers indicated there are dead-end signs, but in the presentation you said there was no records that we did any fencing, so I get that part. So if there are dead-end signs, were those installed by the county, or can you give some
Yes,
background
they
on that?
were installed at the county. So that is, yeah, that at some point probably someone did request signs or the signs were put in. So there appeared to be county signs, but again, when we looked at the fence itself, we couldn't find any record of that.
When were the dead-end signs installed?
I would have to look at that. I did not research that, but I could see we may not have record that far back, but I can certainly look into that.
So we don't have records of the street. We potentially may have records of the dead-end signs. We're sure we did install the signs. We're not certain of the timeline.
Yeah, I could look into that. That's not something I've researched, but yeah, we had some residents say the same thing, and it may have been that someone brought to the attention that the signs needed to be installed, and someone didn't research the fact that there was a fence. Whether the fence was installed legally or not, but that is something that the residents have brought up too. But I did not personally, or we haven't looked at the history of those signs, but we can do that certainly.
And then one of the other comments was they said they engaged the previous commissioners, several commissioners actually. Do you have any records of any communication from your department in terms of engagement with this community about this issue? Because I'm just trying to understand, they engaged previous commissioners, but we're at this point today with the current commissioner. What happened, history of communication?
They were up already. Fences were up.
Yeah, the only thing that we have is the evidence we showed, like the aerial evidence. We have the transfer to Orlando in 2001. The only other thing that we got from the community was it appeared like they had a neighborhood watch. And there was some correspondence that we got actually through Wes and Commissioner Uribe's office that showed that they were pursuing a wall in 2000 or 2001. And at that time, they were working with the commissioner's office, but they were pursuing the option of a wall. And that was about the time that our MSBU wall policy was put in place. So I'm guessing that they looked into it at that point, but there was no other correspondence that we can find that tied to the original fence in the neighborhood.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. So I know I'm not envious of you in this position because I know it's difficult. We love a walkable, bikeable community. We want to make sure we're keeping people safe. And I philosophically agree we need to be able to, be one community. But I also hear that if we can't get fire trucks turned around or our trash pickup, then how are we managing emergencies? Like, what are the fire trucks doing now to get? They're backing in. Okay. Okay. And then the other question I had was, for students, should this, the fence be put back up, how does that lengthen their journey to school? Does it change? Because I know in Orange County Public Schools, if you get to that 2-mile mark, that changes your bus versus what? Okay, so you're saying that
Yeah, we can ask if they get a bus, but it's been that way for 40 years. It only happened when someone took it down.
Okay.
As far as there was a slide, I couldn't get back to it, but the Conway Elementary School does not offer any busing, only for ESE students, so it's all walking. So they would have to walk longer. They'd have to go up to Curry Ford and back down Conway Gardens if they could not come through the neighborhood. So I think I showed it was about 0.6 miles longer for them to do the longer walk if they can't walk through the neighborhood.
But it's safer too.
Okay, and what, Brett, is it your understanding in terms of potentially what is being requested is a solid wall or fence, one without an opening that will allow pedestrian?
Is that what you think is the question, is whether the residents are requesting that? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's come down to what we heard today was I think most people are saying the two options, which is the fence without a pedestrian opening and the fence with a pedestrian opening. And I think there's one of the slides did show it pretty clearly. That is what the fence is, I believe, on Edlin today. If you look at the design of that, they would not have had those two columns there if there wasn't the original intent to have a pedestrian opening. So someone said that there was never a pedestrian opening, but I believe that the fence would not have been built that way with the columns close together if there wasn't an original intent. So, we saw in another slide that it looks like over the years it's been open or closed. So that would be the option, to restore back a fence with a pedestrian opening, something similar to what is there today. So it looks like over the years that someone put fencing over that at different times, but it looks like the original intent was to have it open.
Okay. Commissioner Moore, and then we'll go to Commissioner Uribe.
This is probably answered, but I might need to hear it again because I don't know that. So, Brett, is it out of the question for sidewalks? I know Commissioner Uribe thinks there's not.
Yeah, like you can see right there,
Yeah.
they don't have a lot of yard in front.
They do have a 60-foot right-of-way on these roadways, so we have not evaluated that, but I can go back and talk to our engineering group to see if they've looked at that. It is within a walking zone of a school, which would give it some level of priority, but I don't know if we've evaluated it or not as far as its feasibility regarding the amount of right-of-way and the location. Within we certainly try not to impact people's front yards when we do sidewalks, but we'd have to look at where the right-of-way line falls and what might be hindering that type of situation. So I can't answer that if we've looked at it or not, but we can certainly go back to the office and see if it's been requested in the past or if it was been evaluated. We have a very large ranking of requesting sidewalks that have not been funded but have been prioritized, so it's possible it was on that list.
Well, as a former school board member, this is giving me a little heartburn that you'd have to have a child walk 0.6 of a mile farther without having a walkway. And so that you may not be able to answer that. Where are they going to be walking if they can't go through this
Could you go a couple
opening?
slides back? I don't know how to go backwards on this one. There it goes. That one. One more. There. So if you look at the units on the east side where you see it's kind of gray, all the ones that are gray are multifamily. So when we did some research for the school, the board, they said that there's 23 students that live in that east side of Watauga. They don't have access directly to the east to Conway Road. So they today, can walk through Cayley, Edland, and Shuri because the barriers, the water-filled barriers we put today have pedestrian openings. But were to close it, the public streets to get to the south would be going up to Curry Ford Road and then back down Conway Gardens Road, which is what that arrow shows. They could also go to Curry Ford Road, back down Conway Road. But this path on Conway Gardens Road actually had more crossing guards that we noted. So, and it's kind of more of a local street, so it seems like that would be a more desirable path to go down Conway Gardens Road. But that's what we understand. I had just yesterday, I had our staff reach out to the school board and get that information because one of the residents did bring that up in a correspondence. So from what we understand, they note 23 students that are currently walking from those multifamily homes that would be going Now, we haven't seen it in the field, but this is what the school board is telling us up, that would be using those routes to get to school.
Well, I definitely have this situation, and I know it can present some issues. There's really two sides to this story. Yeah, that's going to be hard for me. I'm probably going to have a walkway in my boat with these children, because these are probably elementary children, correct?
Yes, this is Conway Elementary School.
Okay, well, thank you.
Brett, couldn't we, there is one connection from the apartment to one of the roads. Couldn't we do it there where it actually connects? If you look at Kaylee, and then you see the pathway to the apartment?
So you're suggesting to open one of the three roadways?
Yeah, not all three, but actually opening one of the three, and it's actually an opening walking from the apartment. So
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. That would
Yeah,
still give
because
connectivity. The
I'm-
only
I'm-
disadvantage of that is that the neighborhood roads aren't connected, so it would be, if you were
But I
within
mean,
the
technically, they'd be walking behind apartment buildings as opposed to a direct connection from the apartment to the actual road, as opposed to cutting through people's apartment buildings to get through to any of the road.
So that's certainly an option.
You guys see it? There's a pass.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just two questions. So, Brett, for clarity, whether we have one pedestrian opening or three or none, if there are none, the kids will walk how they've always walked without the opposite. It's longer, but if we have one or more openings, it would be a shorter
Yes.
foot. Okay. And then, Mayor,
Well,
going
it
back,
may not be because there was a pedestrian opening.
there was an opening, but if there are no openings, it would be a
So-
longer commute
Yeah,
or walk.
from what I understand, if this time last year, there were no pedestrian openings. They were opened up. And when we put our temporary barriers here after the fences were taken down, they've been open since February. But as of last year, they were all closed off. So at some point in the future, they've been open or closed. So I'm comparing what the condition was a year ago versus what it is now. But you're right.
And then my last question to you, Mayor. So if there were pedestrian openings, I mean, is there a frequency at which the sheriff's office evaluates where their placement of crossing guards? Is that done every year, or how does that?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we work with them. Of course, some of them are in the city, but that is something that our department does, evaluates that, looks at where pedestrians are coming from, and does coordinate with the sheriff's office on crossing guard locations.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brett.
All right, now we'll go to Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, I want to bring a couple points. I appreciate the community coming out. We've had multiple meetings, one with Brett, but when this first happened, and I have the video because it was on the news, where the apartments are, it's the city of Orlando, where these people live, it's Orange County, and the resident tore down the fence with children with face masks on so that you couldn't see them. And people video recorded, and the police did nothing because City of Orlando said, oh, that's Orange County. Orange County said that's the City of Orlando. But at the end of the day, that's not how we do things in government. We don't just go and say we don't like something, so we'll just tear it down. It belonged to somebody, whether it belonged to us or the city, and ultimately it looks like it was more the county. You just can't condone that kind of behavior. I'm with Brett on the connectivity, but when I'm pedestrian, not the others, is when you look at this map on Kaylee, there is a connectivity from the apartments, as opposed to if you look at the other roads, it's not as connected. And I would be open to offering one pedestrian path that would still take them to the same road. So it would take out going up and out. But my biggest thing is, I want to share to you guys, I have been to multiple meetings, had multiple emails. Everyone has said the gate up. One person has said no. No one else has said to me no, and it is the person who took down the gate. Who took down the fence. That's the only person that's come to us. I'm almost ventured to show the video how inappropriately it was done, and then we had to go in and reinforce it and protect his community. So I think that being conscious of the children, even though we don't know that walk path, that it does appear narrow. When you look at a fence, when it goes up, it's usually like 4 feet or 6 feet, and clearly Brett showed something that would be like a person walking through. But there is no record of this. Word is, it was the 80s. Commissioners did things a lot differently than they did. But ultimately, I have to respect the residents that this was in place. One resident can't come and change everything. So I would like to put a motion that we return the fence, but we create the connectivity on Cayley Road so that there could be the pedestrian access, no road access for that crossing, which would allow the 23 children to be able to go down Conway. But I do propose that 40 years this has been up, 40 years, and one day it just came down, and it came down by someone, no one officially. By the way, since then, when we put the barricades up now, it was Orange County deputies, and they made sure they weren't removed because when they were put up, they tried to remove them again. So I would like to file a motion to allow the fence to go up with the allowing of connectivity for pedestrian. And honestly, Brett, I'm looking, it seems like Cayley would be the best because that other one would be in between houses, as opposed to Cayley would actually allow to the road. And there's no sidewalks, everyone, on these. But Cayley would be the safest because it would be through a path between apartment buildings as opposed for kids going behind apartment buildings. So it would allow for the children to come through the apartment buildings on the path and allow access straight to a path that would allow them to Conway Gardens, as opposed to cutting between homes or having to cut behind apartment buildings. So
Commissioner, where the barricades are, that's Kelly, where they are?
they're on two streets, Cayley and, is it Edlin? That they're at now? They're on two, because out of the three, two of them were torn down.
Okay.
One stayed up.
Okay.
So my motion is to allow the fence to go up with accessibility of pedestrian path on Cayley Street that connects directly from the apartment to a street as opposed to between homes or behind apartment buildings.
I'll second you for,
Okay.
I'll second her for discussion, then I have.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, but we have a little bit of unreadiness. I guess my only concern would be typically when we do these types of things, we have our traffic engineers kind of do a review. I want to make certain when I hear Cayley can be a very busy road.
West Cayley, it's the neighborhood road.
Okay.
Only
East
that part.
Cayley Avenue, yes.
Yeah, East Cayley, excuse me.
So my point here is that traffic engineering really does need to do an assessment of the roadway, I think, first, and to make certain what it is that we're talking about. I don't want to make absolutely certain we don't put these children in any kind of harm's way. And so I'm just not comfortable without some kind of professional review of it. And if this is likely, if this is done, this is not likely going to change anytime soon. So I want to make sure we get it right this time. And Commissioner Uribe, very well, what you're recommending will comport with what they will come back and say. And if that is the understanding of your motion and the seconder, I'm comfortable with that.
Can I make a request as part of that evaluation that we look at potential sidewalks?
Yes.
And that if the sidewalk is more feasible on one road or the other, to potentially look at changing that location, because let's say it's more feasible on Shuri. I would rather have a sidewalk and, the opening. Looks like they could go, they're walking to the south, so whether it's Cayley or Shuri, it doesn't look like it's too far of a distance, but I would like to look at that. We could even possibly look like at working with the city of Orlando if we needed to put some, sidewalk connectivity into, but I would like to.
I would like to caution you also because that apartment complex also has dumpsters. They've had fires in the dumpsters. It's not necessarily the best area. So when you talk about having access just on whichever road, the residents that live at the dead end have complained about how poorly kept, that they don't keep the shrubs down. They've got weeds, they've got dumpsters, they've had a fire in a dumpster. So when we look at that, let's look totally at the situation, because if that complex is not known for keeping up their part of that side, and that's some of the complaints we've had on the residents that are on the end.
Yes, that actually what you're talking about is at Esther. There's a dumpster that's next to the dead end on Esther. That is not something we would consider because I'm considering the 3 Shuri, Kaylee, and Edlin because they're all where Watauga is a functioning right-of-way. Where it ends there just south of Shuri, it no longer is a roadway, and that's where that dumpster is that you had some fire issues next to Esther. So I would consider looking at either Edlin, Kaylee, or Shuri for connectivity because that connects to an improved public right-of-way in this case.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, if there's any way to put some sidewalks there, that's something that y'all can, in your professional judgment, make that recommendation as well. So Commissioner Uribe has made a motion.
No, I'm going to withdraw the motion to continue to get this additional information. I do want to also have a follow-up community meeting because the residents deserve to know. They're the ones that have just been taken on this, and they've had meetings at homes. This is very important to them when you have your neighborhood just uplifted that way.
Okay. And Commissioner Moore,
No, I'll be happy to withdraw my motion.
Okay. All right. So with that, the motion at this time is to continue
Do we have a date?
to.
Commissioner, if you're looking for a community meeting, and of course we are also approaching the Thanksgiving holidays at some point, but November 14th, November 28th, which gets us past Thanksgiving, and then December 12th is another date.
Can we do November 28th?
Again,
24th.
November 14th or November 28th are both board days.
November 28th, please.
All right,
So
second.
2 p.m.
2 p.m. Yes.
Okay. So the motion for the continuance was made by Commissioner Uribe to November the 28th in the afternoon. And the seconder is actually Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Oh, okay.
Okay. With that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. All right. Those of you who came today for this item, thank you for your presence. We are going to move forward at this time to the next item on our agenda, and this is item C3. We'll open the public hearing on this item. And I'm going to ask our Public Works Director, Mr. Joe Conkle, to lead us in framing this item.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Public hearing C3 is an amendment to the Waterley Phase 5 PSP. The subject property is located west of County Road 545, north of Flemings Road, in Horizon West, Village H. The PSP was originally approved in January to subdivide 172.28 acres to construct appropriate infrastructure and 9 single-family residential units and to establish 15 future development tracts. This request is to further subdivide the future development tracts for 277 single-family dwelling units, creating a total of 286 units. The request associated with this request also includes one waiver, to allow lots greater than 50 feet in width at front neighborhood squares and parks to be front-loaded in lieu of access from a rear alley or from a rear yard garage, mainly due to the proximity of a wetland. This property is designated garden home on the Horizon West land use map within Village H and is currently zoned PD as the Waterley PD. The aerial shows the surrounding area as developed with other single-family residential subdivisions, public schools, and future park facilities. And here we have the PSP showing the proposed lots, infrastructure, and along with the future development tracts. Our recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Waterley Plan Development, Waterley Phase 5 PSP, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. The Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Conkle. With that, is the applicant on this item present or representative, if you want to come forward?
Hi, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Adam Smith with VHB 225 East Robinson Street, Orlando. We agree with DRC recommendation, and we're just here to answer any questions.
All right, Mr. Smith, if you'll stand by for a moment. With that, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we're going to close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, I'll move the recommended action.
Second, Scott.
All right. Commissioner Uribe started speaking first, so the seconder, it will be Commissioner Uribe. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you very much. We're going to move to the next item. This is item D4A and B. We're going to open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Jason Sorensen, our chief planner, is going to frame this item for us. Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. This item is a future land use map designation request change to go from low-medium density residential to medium-density residential for a request to do 10 townhome units. The subject property is located in District 6. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the north side of 25th Street and west of South Westmoreland Drive. Again, the existing future land use is low-medium density residential. The proposed future land use is medium density residential. And the zoning is R2. 299 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 800 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 0 responses in favor and 0 responses in opposition. A community meeting was not required for this request. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the requested medium-density residential future land use map designation and approve the associated small-scale ordinance. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? If so, please go to the mic.
Hi, Mayors. My name is Alex Cheng. I'm the applicant of this action. I agree with the recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Chang, if you'll stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I have one speaker card, Shamara Kanias. All right, if you want to address, go to the podium. You'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Shamar Kanice, 819 25th Street, Orlando, Florida. We doing it,
All
Okay.
right.
First and foremost, I would like to draw attention to the alarming disparity in bank loan approvals among different racial and ethnic groups, as evidenced by recent statistical data from various needs assessments and reports conducted within the last 3 to 5 years. These studies, including the Federal Reserve Survey of Consumer Finances and the Urban Institute's analysis of Home Mortgage Disclosure Act data, consistently show that Black individuals are receiving bank loans at a disproportionately lower rate compared to other cultural groups, including Asians. According to the Federal Reserve Survey of Consumer Finances that was released in 2021, only 44% of Black households were approved for a conventional mortgage compared to 73% white households. This significant disparity in loan approval rates persist even after controlling for factors such as income, credit scores, and loan-to-value ratios. Furthermore, the Urban Institute's analysis of Home Mortgage Disclosure Act data from the years 2017 to 2019 reveals that Black applicants were denied mortgage loans at a rate of 18%, nearly twice the denial rate for white applicants at a rate of 10%. This particularly is concerning when considering that Asian applicants had a denial rate of only 6%. These statistical findings highlight the systemic issues that perpetuate economic disparities and further exacerbate the affordable housing crisis we are currently facing. The lack of access to fair and equitable lending practices not only undermines the financial stability and opportunities for Black individuals, but also contributes to the displacement and marginalization of communities such as the one we reside in. In light of the ongoing gentrification of our neighborhood, I invite you to imagine a different scenario, one where the people who have called this area home for generations are advocated for and also provided with land or land grants similar to how the natives were treated during this country's quest for manifest destiny. Instead of solely catering to the interests of investors and corporations, let us prioritize the well-being and preservation of the existing community. Moreover, it is,
Unfortunately, that time does go very quickly. If you had a thought that you were going to complete, I'll let you do that.
It's okay, I have the paper here.
Okay.
If you'd like a copy, I can present it as well.
Thank you very much. All
No
right.
problem. Thank
All
you.
right. Do we have any other speakers who wish to be heard?
No other speakers on this item, Mayor.
All right, so I'm going to go back to the applicant. If you'd like to offer any rebuttal comments, he's waving no. So with that, we're going to close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Scott, for a potential motion.
Move to adopt the recommended action.
Second, Uribe.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion does pass, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your presence this afternoon as well. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda, item D5A and B. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Sorensen, I will ask you to frame the item.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item is a future land use map designation request to change the future land use from office to commercial for a property in District 2. The proposed use is C1 uses. The property is located in District 2. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the north side of Silver Star Road, east of North Powers Drive. The future land use is currently office. The proposed future land use is commercial. And the existing zoning is C1, and there's no proposed change for the zoning. 452 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 900 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 0 responses in favor and 0 responses in opposition. A community meeting was held on June 28, 2023, with 7 residents in attendance who were generally supportive of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the requested commercial future land use map designation and approve the associated small-scale ordinance. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Mamtaz Bark. I'm with Teramax Engineering. We agree with the staff recommendations, and we're here to answer any questions or comments.
All right, Mr. Mark, if you will stand by for a few moments. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Moore, would you like to offer a potential motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second, Wilson.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. Commissioner Uribe was present but did not participate in the actual vote. And Commissioner Scott is also absent for the vote. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, item E6A, B, and C. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Sorensen will ask you to frame this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor. This next item is a future land use map change and rezoning. The request is to change the future land use map designation from low-density residential to low-medium-density residential, and change the zoning designation from R2 to R2 restricted for a property that's located at 5308 Davison Avenue. The proposed use is a duplex. The property is located in District 2. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the west side of Davison Avenue, north of Van Ness Street. The future land use is currently low-density residential. The proposed future land use is low-medium-density residential. The zoning is currently R2, and that's proposed to change to R2 restricted in order to add this one restriction that would limit development to 2 dwelling units. 174 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 0 responses in favor and 0 responses in opposition. A community meeting was not required for this request. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the requested low-medium density residential future land use map designation, approve the associated small-scale ordinance, and approve the associated R2 restricted zoning, subject to 1 restriction. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, is the applicant or a representative of the applicant present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
Hi, my name's Jordan Strasburg, address 360 Gulf Brook Circle, Longwood, Florida. And if you have any questions, let me know.
All right, Mr. Strasburg, if you'll stand by for a few moments. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Moore, would you like to offer a potential motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second Gomez.
All right, the seconder is Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous, and Commissioner Scott and Bonilla are absent on that vote. The next item on the agenda is item F7A and B. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Ms. Alyssa Barber Torres, our chief planner, is going to frame this item, and with that, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Alyssa Barber Torres of Transportation Planning here to present Amendment 2023-2B Tran 1. This is an amendment to MAP 1, the Comprehensive Plan's Long-Range Transportation Plan, to reflect changes in project status, add the proposed Sunshine Corridor rail alignment, and remove the alternative mobility area depicted on the LRTP per the board's adoption of Ordinance 2022-16 last year, updating the county's transportation impact fees. So before you see the schedule for this regular cycle amendment, transmittal and adoption public hearings culminating in the board's adoption public hearing this afternoon. This is a countywide amendment with changes that are represented in each commission district. And generally speaking, this is an administrative update that reflects prior BCC decisions and the completion of projects depicted on the LRTP at this time. This is also part of ongoing county coordination for regional transit projects, including making map changes to enhance the county's potential competition for potential federal funding available through the bipartisan infrastructure law and other existing transit programs. It's important to note that this does not reflect the pending Vision 2050 consideration by the Board of County Commissioners, as this is a year 2030 update under the currently adopted comprehensive policy plan. We will be bringing a separate year 2050 update to you at the appropriate time in consideration with other chapters of that plan, including place types and land use. So in the board's consideration today of this amendment, we would be updating the LRTP for Sunshine Corridor and intercity rail projects. So you will see on the proposed LRTP a depiction of Sunshine Corridor, and this would be from Orlando International Airport to south of the Orange County Convention Center. It also reflects a segment that would be intercity rail to OIA existing, from OIA East to the county line. This reflects the construction and recent opening of the Brightline Corridor, currently in operation. It also would add an intercity rail to Tampa from south of Orange County Convention Center along I-4 to the county line that reflects the proposal to potentially extend that service to Tampa using some combination of FDOT rights-of-way and other potential route alignments. And it also would make other minor updates based on that project status. We also would be updating transportation projects to reflect completion of projects by other agencies, including FDOT and Central Florida Expressway Authority. Other updates to the LRTP reflect a consolidation of county project designations at this time. We have planned and programmed county road projects and county partnerships, and this would simplify and allow more flexibility in capital improvements programming using only 2 designations for planned and partnership projects. We also are updating county transportation projects depicted on the map to reflect their status, whether it's new projects or the completion of county projects based on the board's previous investments. And as reference, we would remove the AMA boundary. Because we are making a number of changes, since it has been a couple of years since we've come to you for this update, we included the current map in the staff report just for comparison purposes. But here is the proposed map 1, again reflecting that year 2030 horizon for the LRTP. So with that, our recommended action this afternoon is to ask you to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt Amendment 2023-2 B-Tran 1 and approve the associated ordinance. And staff is happy to answer any questions at this time. Of course, we have our transportation planning managers here as well, and we're happy to take your questions.
All right, thank you. At this point, since this is an administrative item, not a particular applicant on it, I will open it up for public comment. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we will close the public hearing regarding this item. And is there a motion for approval?
I just had a question.
Question, Commissioner Uribe?
Just one question. So we're only doing this to be kind of in compliance with our own comp plan, not that there's any action or commitment on the county side on anything moving forward on this, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay.
It reflects the status of the county's current dialogue with the number of stakeholders associated with rail projects, but does not commit the county to having a corridor that is specific to parcels, alignments, or anything of that nature that comes with preliminary design.
Right. My question is because there's so many different factors that are involved in this decision, clearly, DOT, us and everything. So I just wanted to make sure that it sounds right, and that's why I'm asking as a clarity.
Yes,
There's no type of quasi kind of approval on our end to do or fund anything until we're farther down. This is just to match what is in our comp plan as this discussion unfolds.
Yes, ma'am, that's
Okay.
correct.
I file a motion for approval.
So moved. We'll see.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to move to the next item. This morning we pulled item C1 to go along with item G8 this afternoon, and we'll open the public hearing on this item. And I'm going to ask Ms. Misty Mills, the senior planner from our planning division, to come forward to frame this item. And with that, Ms. Mills, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mayor and Board. Misty Mills, Senior Planner. I am here to present Public Hearing G8, which is regarding the proposed Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District. Today's presentation will include background on the request, and then the applicant will provide information on the proposed CDD, and then I will return to provide the ordinance and agreement summary, and finally, the requested action. As you may recall, a Community Development District work session was held August 8th of this year, where Mr. Weiss and Ms. Barrios reviewed the statutory framework regarding CDDs, the county's review process, the comprehensive plan policies related to CDDs, and the process moving forward. They also reviewed the petition to establish the Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District, which was submitted January of this year, with a second and amended and restated request submitted May 8th and July 31st. The boundary of the 719-acre proposed Shingle Creek Transit and Utility District is shown on this map. It's generally bounded by Sand Lake Road to the north, John Young Parkway to the east, State Road 528 to the south, and the proposed Kirkman Road extension on the west. The future land use designation on the property is planned development mixed use, and the zoning on the property is PD planned development. The uses on the site are primarily associated with the Epic Universe project. The proposed development will not include residential uses. As indicated at the work session, CDDs are independent special districts, which are units of special purpose government authorized pursuant to Chapter 190 of Florida statutes. They typically provide developers with a mechanism to establish an entity to fund certain infrastructure via tax-exempt bonds and special assessments, impose special assessments on property, issue bonds, and manage services. They are similar to HOAs, but the assessments can be collected via property tax bill. CDDs do not have land use or zoning powers. Now, I will turn to Lindsay Whelan with QTAC Rock, who will provide information about the proposed CDD.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for having me today. My name is Lindsay Whalen from the law firm of QTAC Rock here on behalf of the petitioner, and I actually have a representative of the petitioner today, Mr. John Sprouse, who'd like to make a few comments before my presentation, if you'll allow it.
All right, Mr. Sprouse, would you like to come forward and offer any comments as part of the presentation?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'll be brief. I just want to say it's great to be back again today following the August workshop that we had, and hopefully we've been able to answer questions. We've had very productive discussions with your staffs around a number of issues, and we're really looking forward to being able to get this CDD started so we can move on with a number of things that we think will really help to enhance transportation in the county. We think this district will advance county priorities around regional mass transit and also public infrastructure, and we think it'll meet the needs of both residents and visitors to Central Florida. We have a shared vision to expand Sunrail service, and the Sunshine Corridor plan will create a new east-west rail corridor connecting Sunrail's main line to the airport and the convention center, all through a single transfer station. With that, we will connect people on the north-south main line. We can help reduce current operating deficit, drive additional Sunrail ridership, enable the long-term viability and continued operation of mass transit in our region. We think this plan will serve more than 100,000 residents getting to and from their jobs, as well as millions of visitors that come for our area attractions. It can also advance and help expedite the county's efforts to modernize the wastewater treatment facility near Tangelo Park and the iDrive Activity Center, bettering that area for residents and visitors alike as well. We want to fulfill the commitments that we've made before this board to be part of these solutions and advance key county priorities. Voting to approve this petition and establish the district would mark an important step forward. Thank you for your opportunity to come and speak to you today. Thank you for considering this petition, and I'll turn it back to Lindsay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
I have to figure out how to use the clicker. All right, so a lot of this information is a bit redundant. Obviously, you've had a workshop, and your staff has been great at briefing you, so I'll just kind of hit these very high level. As you all know, Community Development District is a local government established for a very limited purpose, as delineated by Chapter 190 of the Florida statutes. They're governed by a 5-member board, and they're subject to the Sunshine Law and all the ethics and open government laws that other elected public officials are having to comply with, as you all are well aware. The proposed Shingle Creek Transit and Utility CDD is just over 719 acres in unincorporated Orange County. There are 2 landowners, and pursuant to Florida statutes, we've received the consent of both of those landowners to establish the district, and it's been stated, I think, several times today, there are no residential uses planned. Also, as you're aware, the current scope of the public improvements that the district is currently discussing providing are related to the Sunshine Corridor project, the odor control improvements upgrade project, as well as the Epic Boulevard transportation improvements, all of which are subject to further negotiation and finalization with Orange County before they can move forward. This is simply the vehicle to allow those discussions to continue to occur. This slide is from the establishment petition, and it tracks the anticipated construction schedule for each of the proposed CDD projects for a total of about $174 million in public improvements that benefit the landowners, Orange County residents, and visitors alike. Talking a little bit about what the district is planning to do, I think it's also helpful to talk about what a district cannot do. It cannot exercise any power not authorized by Chapter 190, which has very strict limits on district authority. We can't exercise any powers not expressly given to us in Chapter 190. Things such as take any action inconsistent with the Orange County Comprehensive Plan and other governmental regulations. We have to comply with your comprehensive plan. We are also not a zoning authority, so we are not able to impose land development regulations within our own boundary. We also don't have police powers. There are a number of benefits to the county and also to residents and visitors, like I was referencing earlier, of not only an establishment of a CDD, but specifically this district. So utilizing a CDD allows for the public infrastructure being constructed to be paid for by the users of that infrastructure instead of putting an increased burden on Orange County generally and its residents generally to pay for that infrastructure. Since the districts are separate legal entities, their bonds and financial obligations do not show up or do not affect the Orange County budget and are non-recourse to both the county and the state. Also, and I've stated this before, right, the district allows for discussions on the development of both the Sunshine Corridor and the odor control enhancements projects to continue. Approval of the CDD doesn't approve the projects, but it allows the discussions with staff and yourselves to continue. Additional benefits include the fact that there is open government and public accountability for regionally critical infrastructure projects, all while infusing private investment to the tune of $174 million in construction costs for these improvements and $13 million annually for the operation of these projects in perpetuity. And finally, establishment of the district ensures that there is a stable and secure maintenance mechanism for these improvements after they're constructed. I know that staff has briefed you all on this previously, but Chapter 190 sets forth specific requirements that the Commission is able to consider in determining whether to establish a district. I won't run through them. I know that you're all aware of them, but just wanted to highlight that your county staff has reviewed the petition in depth and has determined that all of the required elements have been met. Another thing that I wanted to point out is that one of the establishment criteria is whether the establishment of the district is consistent with the state and local comprehensive plan. So included on this slide are 3 objectives from the capital improvement element of Orange County's comprehensive plan that require that the county, 1, pursue transportation connectivity with the iDrive area, such as the Sunshine Corridor project as an example. 2, investigate, identify, and promote non-ad valorem-based revenue sources to fund public infrastructure, such as the CDD's assessment authority, which is non-ad valorem in nature. And 3, that the county consider utilizing CDDs for the provision of public infrastructure and services, which is exactly what we're talking about today, the Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District. So in conclusion, the establishment of the proposed CDD is in the best interest of Orange County, its residents and visitors, and why to approve the petition. So we've already talked about a lot of this, but your county staff has already determined that the 6 elements have been met. In addition, establishment not only is consistent with your comprehensive plan, but we believe it actually furthers your comprehensive plan on a number of different items. It also ensures that growth for these regionally critical infrastructure projects pays for itself and is not a burden on the overall Orange County electorate and residents generally. Approval of the petition also allows for continued discussions on these regionally critical infrastructure projects and provides a vehicle for the infusement of private capital in a stable maintenance entity long-term. So in conclusion, happy to answer any questions, but we would request that you respectfully consider approval of the establishment of the Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District and the associated petitioner's agreement, which I believe staff will address in further detail.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Whalen.
Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, this brings us to the ordinance and agreement summary. The establishing ordinance affirms the petition meets the requirements of Florida statute. It establishes the Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District and the district's boundaries. It also specifies the general and special powers of the district in which the county consents to the petitioner's request for security powers. Also, the ordinance expressly limits any zoning, permitting, or land development authority. Next, it designates the initial members of the district's Board of Supervisors. And finally, the ordinance provides for repeal in absence of the timely execution of an interlocal agreement. And next, we have the agreement for the Community Development District, which is also known as the Petitioner's Agreement, with an attachment as a form of the interlocal agreement. And this is what is on the consent agenda as item C1. The agreement for a community development district obligates the petitioner to present the ILA to the district's board at their first meeting. It acknowledges and affirms the absence of residential zoning or use was relied on in the county's consideration of the creation of the CDD. The form of interlocal agreement as an exhibit with delegated authority to execute sets forth the powers and duties of the CDD, and it also sets limitations. Included is the provision related to bond indebtedness consistent with Florida statute. The ILA restricts assessments on any residential properties. It provides for the disclosure of public financing and maintenance consistent with Florida statute. It assures the county is not responsible for certain improvements funded or maintained by the district. And finally, it provides for all other powers provided by Florida statute. And this brings us to the requested action. There are 2 requested actions before you. The first is requesting approval of an ordinance pertaining to the establishment of the Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District, and the other is requesting approval of consent agenda item C1, which would be the approval and execution of the agreement for Community Development District and the authorization for the mayor or designee to execute the interlocal agreement. And before moving any further, late yesterday we received minor comments from the county surveyor regarding the legal description that is included as attachment A and B. I would like to assure you that the district boundary map as attached is correct, and these concerns do not affect that map or the district's boundary. With this, we are requesting to amend the request to include the following language, which would be to grant authorization to staff to correct, in coordination with the applicant and the county surveyor, minor errors to the legal description attached to the ordinance in Exhibits A and B, so long as such changes remain consistent with the geographical representations of the Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District's boundaries as found in the map in Exhibit A. And with that, this concludes the presentation, and staff and the applicant are available for any questions you or the board may have. Thank you.
All right, and just to be clear, the amended language that you just read, that wasn't up on the screen? Correct. Okay. And with that, I'm going to go, are there additional comments by the applicant on this at this time? If so, we'll ask you to come forward. Additional comments by the applicant. If there are none, then are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. And we're going to close the public hearing then. We do have some questions or comments by members of the board, but also I'm going to ask the county attorney in terms of procedurally reference to requested actions. The consent agenda C1 should go first before the ordinance, or vice versa.
We have Christina Barrios here to handle that question. Mayor?
Okay.
Good afternoon. The ordinance refers to the interlocal agreement and the petition in themselves, so I would approve the consent agenda item first and then the ordinance, but okay. It really doesn't matter because they're kind of being done in tandem.
Okay, because it's not quite how it's shown, so but I'll take the consent first and then the ordinance. And with that, I'm going to go to Commissioner Moore for any potential questions.
Okay, my first question is, there was some language if the CDD was going to be terminated and it was just changing the ILA. Could you speak to why that would become necessary and what that process looks like? And I apologize, I missed my briefing yesterday, or I would have asked this in my office.
Yes, the language is there just because there are some provisions that are fundamental to the board and the county's determination that the applicant met the 6 different elements. Specifically regarding the residential element, normally the county, there's a commitment that there will be no residential use in that property going forward, and if there is residential zoning, the board has the right to consider it competent substantial evidence, like the decision that made to pass this ordinance to establish the district against approving any kind of residential rezonings in that area. So that's the primary focus of the interlocal agreement. So if there's a lack of agreement into that interlocal agreement, which is part of what the consideration and the determination of establishing the ordinance and establishing the district is, then there would be an opportunity for the board to repeal
And it's up to this board to repeal or maintain?
That's correct.
Okay. And then it mentioned in the document that there would be an election, but there's only 2 property owners. Could you give me a little more information about who would be eligible to be on the board?
So the way that Chapter 190 works in terms of eligibility is first there are the 5 that are appointed at the onset, which are the ones that are named in the ordinance. Then there's an election based on, I believe, the population of, or the ownership, property ownership. Lindsay might know better. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. So initially, there are 5 board members that are named in the petition. Within 90 days, there's a required landowners election. So, and it's according to acreage, 1 acre, 1 vote. So the landowners will get together. They'll have an election in terms of who is qualified or able to be elected. It's anyone who is a citizen of the United States and over 18. So pretty broad categories.
But there's 2 property owners, so I'm assuming that the companies will select who they want to be on the board?
It's, as of right now, they are representatives of the landowner, but that's entirely up to the landowners when they vote within 90 days.
Okay. Well, all right. So, and then the next question is for Universal, then the question about, there was a figure, there she is. You can come back. I'm sorry. Tell me your name. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. Lindsay Whalen from
Lindsay.
Keetack Rock.
Thank you, Lindsay. So you had a figure in there of 100,000 riders. Was that daily? There was some ridership assertions.
So that would be relative to the Sunshine Corridor, I'm assuming. Yeah, so there was nothing in our petition necessarily relating to ridership estimates. This is.
Well, I'm not looking for guarantees. It's sort of an aside. I'll go somewhere with it. But I was just curious what that was based on. That was exciting. If it was 100,000 a day, we'd all be super.
Yeah, unfortunately, on the CDD side, we can't speak to that. We're only looking at whether the petition has met the 6 elements, not necessarily the scope of the projects, which would be under consideration and discussion at a future point.
John, maybe John can answer that for me.
Well, Commissioner, this is John Weiss.
The other John, the Jon John.
So with respect to the transit corridor and ridership, DOT is completing a study otherwise known as the TCAR. That's going to give the local partners a good idea of cost, operating implications to the existing SunRail system, as well as preliminary ridership from both, SunRail and the Sunshine Corridor as well. So that study is not complete. There's drafts and some of that information starting to trickle out and be presented to the partners and stakeholders. But that would be as part of a formal ridership study that would be completed by DOT and be made part of any particular application, whether it's to FTA or FRA.
And so I know there's discussions that SunRail would be operated by Lynx. So would any revenue stay with Lynx?
So there's also a separate conversation going on regarding the transition of the existing SunRail system to the Central Florida Rail Commission, and the operator has not been determined. There's been some discussions along that line, but those are conversations still occurring between the department and the 5 local governments that are the funding partners for SunRail proper. So that agency or vendor operator determination has not been formalized at this time. There's been preliminary conversations.
But this board will be involved in that. And John, you didn't have to go back. I would love to see. I was just going to say, you don't need to answer anything. Please find us 100,000 riders a day, because the next link of SunRail is going through District 2. So whatever you need to do to get those riders, I'd be very supportive. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Well, actually, I am going to follow up with John McReynolds here, because I think there was, at some point, you guys had agreed to a guarantee of funding for ridership, if I'm not mistaken. You finally had to walk to the mic.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. John McReynolds, Senior Vice President of External Affairs with Universal Destinations and Experiences. The 100,000 number is referring to the amount of jobs in the I-Drive corridor. What the Orlando Light Rail has committed to is a 1.3 million rider number. And so that's the equivalent at a maximum fare to get to the right ridership number to support the operations of that extension. So It's a healthy number and a significant increase for what Sunrail does today, and we just want to support the solution. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and the commissioners.
And that is airport and iDrive corridor. Weren't we talking about 29,000 at the airport?
Well, actually, when you include that, we think once Epic Universe opens, 100,000 will just be iDrive, and you add another 25 to 29 for the airport. So in the corridor itself is about 125 to 129.
Okay. And John White, okay, thanks, John McReynolds. John Weiss, you mentioned, I mean, there's a T-car, there's FDOT, there's private, public, there's so many conversations that Commissioner Moore was bringing up, because ultimately, we cannot forget that FDOT is going to want to take that financial responsibility off their back for Sunrail and bring it to the local government. So is that also going to be in that equation when we start talking about this corridor and where those implications are as far as private, public funding and things like that? Because if anybody's been watching the news, you know, you're hearing this tune of $2 billion and you're hearing of who's going to pay for it. And while 174 million is hefty, it's nowhere near $1 billion. So,
John, let me jump in here because that's still part of a very much transparent, negotiated process that is occurring between the state through the Florida Department of Transportation, the local partners, which we're part of that conversation. The final decisions has not been made at this point. You may recall that initially the original agreement between the state and the local partners was for the transition of the Sunrail corridor, the full 61 miles, to have taken place in May of 2021. Obviously, we did not make the May of 2021 date because the partners believed that in order to execute the full agreement, that the entire 61 miles had to be completed. The last leg, a segment of the existing corridor is under construction. It has not been completed between the last from between Deltona and DeLand. Yeah. That is not completed. And so what the actual date will be of the transition from the state to the local partners, we are in much discussion about that because there's some consternation about actual ridership because there was supposed to be a full year of data on ridership and some other things that was supposed to be available once the completed 61 miles was in place. It was supposed to be operational for a year to give comfort to all of the local partners of what the true cost and ridership would be. So we're obviously not there yet. Some preliminary conversations with the state was that they gave a suggested date that the transition pending would take place in November of 2024. The partners have not agreed to that at this point, so those conversations are ongoing with the state because the corridor, remind you, when it is completed, it's still the land, the corridor will actually be owned by the state of Florida, but operated by the partners, and Orange County, like the other partners, will pay a proportionate share of the total cost of operating that. And today, it is unclear what our total cost would be, and it is uncertain what cost the state of Florida will be paying as a part of it. So we're in those conversations, negotiating with the state, because it is our belief, I think, from a local perspective, that the state should continue to be a partner, an investor, a financial investor in the success of whatever the Sunshine Corridor or beyond ends up being, in order to bring a robust, well-connected commuter rail system to the entire region. We believe that it is our position that as a regional commuter rail, that it is very beneficial to the state of Florida as well in this process, and with the Brightline service that has already begun between Miami and Orlando. Of course, Brightline is a private corporation. They want to expand to Tampa for intercity connectivity. Our interest here in Orange County, my interest in Orange County is on intra-city commuter rail so that our workers have an efficient way to get to and from work, especially in the corridor that, from a business perspective, is growing significantly. We believe that with the opening of Epic Universe, that is just going to bring additional tourist visits into the area, which will also mean that if we don't look at alternative modes of transportation, it's going to get the traffic congestion is going to worsen, and we're trying to avoid that by being intentional about our planning. So, long way to answer your question, but I am engaged. I serve on the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission in my capacity as the Orange County Mayor, and currently serve on the board with Links, the chair of the board for the Central Florida Regional Transit Authority, and from time to time, I want our board members to understand that there will be numerous updates to the board about the data, the facts, the ridership, and all of that before we are asked to commit anything financially. That will be a board decision that will come in the future. For me, I am somewhat excited about this CDD because in this case, in order to solve our transportation woes as a county, as a region, it will require public-private partnerships. In this case, Universal is stepping up to the table and saying that, hey, we want to be part of the solution. That's what we want our corporate community partners to do, is to step up to be part of the solution to help pay for the substantial costs to come. But of course, the riders, we're going to be seeking federal dollars, and there are different routes that we can perhaps take to applying for federal dollars to support this effort, whether it's a Federal Rail Administration grant, or Federal Transit Authority Administration grant. We're having all of those discussions at this point. So that is the update for where we are at this time. So the CDD can only help to bring the realization of the Sunshine Corridor to fruition. And that means connectivity, commuter rail connectivity coming out of the airport. If it comes out of the airport and it gets to the International Drive Corridor, we believe that we will be able to, with some dedicated funding sources yet to be determined, to connect, as Commissioner Moore was inferring to her district. We want to connect the commuter rail throughout the county, and so that's part of a much larger conversation.
Okay, and now my question, I actually knew that information. John, on the private sector, because we've heard, a couple of us wrote it, that their next phase is Tampa. So are they also involved in this conversation? Because when we talk about that private connection too.
Commissioner, so with respect to Brightline, they're not a party to any of the board's considerations or actions today.
No, not today, but we're always talking about, I think the Sunshine Corridor moving forward is great. I mean, I'd written a memo months ago about it, thinking that's our jobs train. I was just curious, because we've heard them say their next leg is Tampa.
Right, so DOT is probably the main player that is in close discussions with a number of partners, both on the private side as well as on the public side. And so we were talking about, obviously, the existing Sunrail corridor and a near-term transition of that to another agency and to the local governments, ultimately from a funding obligation. and then the Sunshine Corridor being the new project. And I made reference to that TCAR, the Transit Concept and Alternatives Review Study that DOT is completing. And that's looking at the project somewhat independently, but of course, we all realize there's a strong interrelationship between what might happen along a particular alignment here and Brightline's plans as they've advanced it in the path that they may be moving forward with through what may be an FRA grant or something else. So again, the action today looks at the creation of the CDD. Mayor made mention to that these are not just complicated projects, but ultimately complicated funding agreements. And those funding comes from the federal level, the state level, and ultimately the local level. So the creation of the district allows not just Orange County, the city of Orlando, and other local governments, but also the district, the proposed CDD, to be one of the players with respect to local contribution towards the overall system project.
No, and I get that. It's just because so many agencies and other governments are talking about it. And I mentioned this to you guys in my briefing yesterday, is that I just want us as a body, because we can't talk about this outside of here. So that's my whole intention, is as a body that we're all on the same page. So, got it. All right.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, it was a great conversation, and I was going to say, I think coming on the tails of our very engaged TDT discussion, these are the kind of projects I was talking about where we're actually seeing a private partner pay into the structure that's required to support tourism, right? This is literally them taxing themselves in order to support the infrastructure needed to support their growth. So it's really the ideal example of that private-public partnership for transportation impacts. And I know, this discussion that we're just now having is broader, right? We're talking about all the public obligations and what those agreements look like, but without the private partnerships and how long we know will take to get us to where we need to go, this type of self-assessment is, to me, a great example of what we need to aim for in other circumstances. And I just, I want to make a motion that we go ahead and approve the two items.
Not quite there. Okay. It is in District 6 side. Haven't called for the motion yet. Any further discussion at this point? All right. Since the CDD actually does reside within District 6, Commissioner Scott, would you like to offer a potential motion at this time?
Not just yet, Mayor. I would like Mr. Reynolds to kind of talk about or summarize specifically the project for the odor control.
Thank you, Commissioner. The odor control is something that we've been working with staff on, the modernization of that plant. You all and your staff were doing a great job trying to get ahead of it on the long-range plan, but we have the ability through the CDD to expedite things and to also be a participant in that solution. So not only bettering the quality of life for the surrounding community, but also, initiating a response in a timely fashion that will match with Epic Universe and its opening. So it's one of those situations where it's a win-win. Kudos to the staff for working so well with us and identifying how we could move this forward. And again, I think not only on our behalf, but on behalf of our neighbors in Tangelo and elsewhere, this is going to be a huge victory for all of us. So I appreciate it being able to come up and explain that, because it's something where we're going to be very proud of the answer and the solution there. So thank you.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. McReynolds. Mayor, I move to approve the establishment of the Shingle Creek Transit Utility or Community Development District, item G8 as described in the agenda.
In terms of order, the first part is the C1, the consent agenda for the agreement.
Well, the attorney had indicated it didn't matter, but based on the way I read it, and the attorney clarified.
I think she said the opposite. She said C1 and then G8. Right.
I did say that it could go either way. C1 may make more sense before the ordinance, but it's interchangeable because they're both getting, they both reference each other.
But we have, in order to execute C1, the way I'm understanding, to execute C1, you have to have it has to be established in order to, the chicken before the egg type thing, but it doesn't really matter, right?
Because the the agreements also reference the ordinance that is established, but the ordinance also reference the agreement. So they kind of, it's kind of a chicken or egg thing. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
So we're
How would you
going
like
to
me
take
do
up
it,
C1 first.
All right.
All right.
So I withdraw that motion. Mayor, I move to approve consent agenda item C1.
All right. All right, we have a motion and a second. I believe the second was Commissioner Moore. Was it Wilson? Okay. Okay. All right, Commissioner Wilson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. And now we'll move to item G8, which is the ordinance portion. And with that, we can have a motion from any commissioner on
Uribe.
Second more.
Move to establish the Shingle Creek Vicinity.
I think I heard Commissioner Scott begin to speak first. All right. With that, is there a second?
Second,
Gomez.
Uribe. Gomez, let Ms. Gomez have it.
Mayor, I'm sorry if I may. Ms. Mills had read some language that is probably more specific to the ordinance with respect to minor corrections on the exhibits for the legal descriptions, and would just want to make sure if that was the commission, the motioners and the seconders' intent to include that language as well.
Mayor, move to approve G8 with the legal language changes as indicated earlier.
Okay. All right. All right. I think that's understood. All right. We have a motion and a second.
Yes.
And the seconder is Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. All right.
Thank you.
Those of you for your presence to the Universal Group, thank you for your willingness to be a good community and corporate partner with us. We look to do these types of things throughout the county where other private sector groups will hopefully be a partner in paying for the cost of transforming our commuter rail system here. So, all right, thank you very much. With that, I don't believe we have any other items of business before us this afternoon, and if there are no other items of business, we stand adjourned.
Yay.